Welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you, and let's party. Big shout out to the replay gang. Thank you so much for coming back to watch us, even though you missed the live party, guys. That is the best part, so make sure you're here every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So hit that subscribe, ring the bell, and you will never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. If you'd like to support the channel, head on over to TheIndianJesus.com for your very own official merch. You can think about me in the shower with a shower curtain only at TheIndianJesus.com. Guys, we do also have Morty in the building. Welcome, Morty. We do also have a Discord server that is absolutely free to join. 24/7, we are in there hanging out, having a good time. It is a great place to meet people and have interesting conversations. And like I said, it's absolutely free to join. However, if you are a member here on YouTube of this channel, you can scroll right below the video there and hit the join button. There's a few different tiers here, but it starts at just $2.99 a month. Gets you members only live streams here on YouTube, all that other good stuff. But it opens up the full Discord server. That is the real good stuff with the membership. So definitely sign up. It is a good time. Shout out to King Nirvana in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. What is going on with Rumble? You're having trouble with your destination. All right, I'll work on that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So as you can see from the title, Democrats shouldn't have listened to the Young Turks. Seems that the red pilling of Ana Kasparian and subsequently kind of the red pilling of Cenk Uygur could have, maybe helped the Democrats out. Now, were they ever going to win this election, especially with Kamala Harris? Of course not. But politics isn't just about the presidential election. And, I really think that in general, the party could have benefited from listening to ideas like Cenk's. And again, personally, I don't agree with these things because I don't hold those positions. But if you did, then, it's hard to say. It's hard to argue with them. So let's dive right in. As always, guys, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
Cenk, welcome to Triggernometry.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
No, thanks for being here. It's great to have you on, and especially at this moment. There's a lot to talk about, obviously. First of all, let's have your diagnosis. What happened?
Trump won. Democrats lost. I figured it out.
This is why we brought him on, by the way. This sophisticated analysis.
Brilliant.
Okay, no, in all seriousness, well, I think what happened is relatively obvious, but it's not obvious to anyone on television. It's not obvious to anyone in the Democratic Party. The Populist won, and the Populist wins almost every time. So in my opinion, and anybody who's online knows that I don't have kind words for Donald Trump, right? And so I think he's a fake populist. But nevertheless, he at least had the smarts, and it bothers me to say that, but it's true, to at least pretend to be a populist, because that is a correct strategy. Whereas the Democrats are like, we will be establishment Democrats. People love the establishment. And Kamala Harris got 90 corporate CEOs to sign a letter saying that they like her, which also means that she will serve them. And she went and told everybody on cable news, the corporate CEOs are on my side. Oh, that's right. I'm like, what are you doing? Are you trying to lose the election? This is insanity. And then she went and said, oh my God, you'll never believe it. Liz and Dick Cheney are on my side. I'm like, are you trying to lose the election? Because Dick Cheney, when he left office, had an approval rating of 13%. Even if you're not anti-war, which almost the entire country is anti-war, 13% is not complicated. But they have this great, brilliant strategy, which they always do, and I'll tell you why they do, of, no, we're going to get the Republicans in the suburbs. We don't need any progressive voters that hate war. We don't need any populist voters that, hate the corruption of the system. No, we're going to be even more corrupt. We're going to surround ourselves in elitism. And then because we're going to get the Republicans in the suburbs. I'm like, first of all the Republicans are in favor of Donald Trump. I don't know.
All right, guys, I don't know what's going on. Rumble is down for today. No Rumble for today, unfortunately. But I see what I did wrong. It'll be back. If you did not hear, we will only be on YouTube, X, and Rumble as of December. So make sure you are following me on one of those if you would like to see the show. Shout out to Ann. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Good to see ya. Good to see ya.
And then because we're going to get the Republicans in the suburbs. I'm like, first of all the Republicans are in favor of Donald Trump. I don't know when you're going to get this through your thick, idiotic establishment head, okay? Hillary Clinton only got 7% of the vote after they demonized Donald Trump 1,000%. And then I think they were right to demonize Donald Trump in 2020 but Biden got less. He only got 6% of the Republican vote. I'm like, there's no Republican votes to get, you idiots. And this time around, Kamala Harris, with this brilliant strategy of the Cheneys, got 5% of the Republican vote, even less. It was an utter failure. So the thing is, guys.
So I think right there, that's a very strong point. The idea that there are more Republican voters to be gotten. Like, of course, there are people who would potentially, are potentially on the fence and really just don't pay attention at all. But for the people who are, who were paying attention, minds were made up a long time ago, and they never tried to change the minds of those people. They tried to grab at this new, demographic of people that they thought existed that clearly did not. Well, they did in 2020, but.
I don't think there's really any dispute about what happened, because look, they have their own crazy lunatic ideas about, it's Latino men's fault, they're all sexist, it's the white women's fault, it's Christians' fault, it's this fault, it's that fault. It's not the voters' fault, you morons. You ran the election, it's your fault. Take some personal responsibility. But the reason that I know I'm right empirically is when she started her campaign, she actually started out very populist, if you remember. I'm going to prevent price gouging. Now, a lot of people don't like that. They're like, what do you mean?
What happened to that one?
You set prices, and Trump fell into that trap immediately. It was a perfect trap. I don't know who came up with it, but that's the guy who should run the next campaign. And
wait, how did he? Okay, we'll just give that to you. We'll just give that to you, Cenk. Again, guys, if you do me a huge favor and hit that like button, is so free and easy. It helps out the channel so very much. Thank you.
And all the Republicans were like, we're going to protect the companies from you. Oh, that's a disastrous thing to do for the Republicans, right? So she starts going up.
No, I think the party of small business is in favor of business.
Stupid.
Shout out to Nick Luchetti in the building. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, brother. Very good to see you.
Companies from you. Oh, that's a disastrous thing to do for the Republicans, right? So she starts going up, and she says, I want to protect housing prices. Perfect. Excellent. And I'm going to protect them. She mentioned this a little bit, not really too much. Like, private equity is actually buying up all the houses and driving up the prices. But they're the donors to both the Republicans and Democrats and to Donald Trump, right? So nobody ever talks about it. So and then she picks Tim Walz, the most populist of all the Democratic candidates. It's perfect. And
the most populist of all the Democratic, who, again, I have to remember that we're coming from a Democratic perspective here. I guess, yeah, Tim Walz is about as populist as you can get with the Democrats. So, all right, fair enough.
And Biden was down by 8. She goes up by 7 nationally. She's got to, I literally said on the Young Turks, we should have the election today. If we had the election today, we'd win. But I don't know what she's going to do the rest of the time. She might blow it. And
Shout out to Stephen Colbert. So he's saying Dems need to go after base voters in a more populist manner, not centrists. Agreed. Welcome.
That's exactly when she turns around and blows it by being corporate elitist establishment.
So the way that you think the Democrats could have succeeded in this election is by having who and doing what?
So first of all, 14 months ago, I started a petition on the Young Turks, and the Young Turks audience should get a lot of credit because, some people were like, well, I'll tell you what the petition is and I'll tell you the reaction. Petition was, please drop out. Mr. President, you're done. I'm sorry. We're trying to be as polite as possible, but you can't go on. This is crazy. And the clips online, September 2023, because it was already patently obvious.
Yeah.
Why was it obvious? He would make a speech and then he would wander off and go shake someone's hand that wasn't there. I'm like, when you're shaking and
or the bunghole, yeah, it's like not a good look.
Invisible man's hand, it's over. OVAH, as Spike Lee would say, over. Okay, and so it would pile on. By the end, he was talking about how his uncle was eaten by cannibals. And mainstream media, that's literal, by the way. He literally said that. And mainstream media is like, no, he's young and dynamic. We don't see the problem at all. If Donald Trump said his uncle was eaten by cannibals,
sharpest attack,
they would have torn him to pieces. And all they did,
rightfully so,
it was a protection racket for Joe Biden. So our audience, some of them, by the way, their reaction was, no, you're going to help Trump win. No, we have to just please Joe Biden and the Democratic Party. And if you're nice enough to him and if you say enough pleasant things, then you do enough propaganda, then we'll win.
Nope. And so that is leading to the next question, the current running poll question. Would the race have been closer if Biden had gotten out earlier? And I think it would be. But notice how I didn't say Kamala was going to be the candidate. So keep that in mind. If Biden had gotten out earlier, Kamala might not have been the candidate. So don't forget about that calculus in your vote. Steven said media is tough for progressives at the moment. So they're hoping a celebrity comedian with more broad-based support can change the equation. It's too bad that they already had one and lost them. Shout out to Joey Rogues. We also got Zippy DSM Lee in the building. Welcome. Said Kamala would not win. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they would have put her up if Biden had got out early enough for a primary. I highly doubt that. I could be very wrong about what the Democrats do. Trust me on that. I'm okay with being wrong there, but I feel like they would have put up somebody else. So keep that in your thoughts. Oh, look at that freeze frame. Oh, Cenk with the freeze frames.
And if you're nice enough to them, and if you say enough pleasant things, then you do enough propaganda, then we'll win. Like, oh my God, you're not doing propaganda for the Democrats. No, we're going to lose. So some people left, and it hurt us. I knew it would, and we lost some paying subscribers, we lost revenue, etc. But the people who stayed were like, hell yeah, we do accountability. We pay you as your subscribers to be honest with us, not to sugarcoat things, not to give us BS, right? And you're right. We got to get a better candidate. Remember, we really want to beat Trump. So if we really, really, really want to beat Trump, you're not going to beat him with Joe Biden. And now they admit afterwards, the Pod Save America guys are pretending that they knew all along when they were cheerleading Joe Biden the entire time. And by the way, all those shows said Cenk is being terrible, disgraceful. He's trying to help Trump, etc. We should stick with the crappiest candidate we have. Now they turn around after the election and go, oh, his staff says he would have lost. Trump would have gotten 400 electoral college points. Like they knew they were going to get slaughtered. Exactly.
It's almost like America just wanted Trump. It's almost like no matter what you were going to do, America said, nah, it's time for Trump. So Dr. Disrespect broke Rumble. I hope not. We should be back on Rumble for the next stream. But I just forgot to update it. Mommy.
100 electoral college points. Like they knew they were going to get slaughtered. Exactly what I said 14 months ago. Then I ran against them in a primary because I was so desperate. I'm like, isn't anybody going to enter this race? I mean, I hate Gavin Newsom, but at least he can put together a sentence. I'm not even looking for progressive anymore. I'm just looking for a person whose brain is not going to fall out. And then, but I couldn't.
So far, has Cenk been wrong about anything from a Democratic perspective? I don't think so.
Get him to. I'm like, if I do well or Dean Phillips does well, maybe it'll animate Gretchen Whitmer or Tim Walz or Shapiro to come in. It's a big believer in Shapiro. I thought Shapiro could have won. So, but if I had it my druthers, so put all that aside. That's what.
Yeah, imagine if the actual nominee, not Kamala's VP, but the nominee was Josh Shapiro. Now, again, I don't necessarily know too much about him, but being a governor of Pennsylvania is pretty huge. Hey, look what we got. Shout out to our boy. Where am I? Shout out to Carl's Frosted Tips. Welcome to the party, sir. Said support Cenk. Feed my man Morty. That's right. Every donation comes with a treat for my co-host Morty. Thank you, sir. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Always good to see you. Hey, shout out your first buck. Oh, that's awesome, dude. I mean, let's give a dilly to that. Love it. Let me get some of that meat. No Diddy. Shout out to Indie Film. I mean, oh man, I meant to say Guantech and then change it to Indie Film. But welcome to Indie Film. Good to see you. We got Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans in the building. So the problem for Democrats is they are not for workers anymore. Bingo. Indeed. Well said. Welcome. We also have Mandy in the building. Did I walk into a progressive stream or a normal stream? Normal as fuck. Welcome. Very good to see you. Zippy said, as much as the woke right and woke left hate the Jews, I don't know. What you talking about, Willis? What you talking about? Steven said, Cenk tried to run for president to avoid getting deported by Trump, but it failed. Well, then why is he still here?
and Shapiro. I thought Shapiro could have won.
Welcome,
But
everybody.
if I had it my druthers, so put all that aside, that's what happened, and that was the dynamic of it. We can get back into more of the details. But if you said to me, out of the people that exist now who would run it, my first choice would be Jon Stewart. Give me Jon Stewart in a Democratic primary,
Wait, where's it?
and I will rout anyone.
Where'd it go? Wait. It's here. There we go. Good call.
Give me Jon Stewart in a Democratic primary, and I will rout anyone against us.
Would you though?
In that primary and in the general election, and we'll win.
Even if you're willing to say, well, anybody besides Trump, like if you were willing to say that, then I'd be like, I mean, maybe I disagree, but all right. But are you seriously trying to tell me? Are you seriously trying to tell me that if the race was, hold on, let's get our boy calls. Frosted Tips. Thank you again, sir. Yeah, are we seriously saying that if it was Jon Stewart versus Donald Trump, that Jon Stewart would win? I don't think so, bro. I don't think so. Jon Stewart has way more charisma than anybody else that could be put up as a Democrat. But that'll only take you so far. Actually, I think, well, this poll is pretty, what's the word I'm looking for? Not convincing, but, pretty strong in one direction. So let's see. Who would win? Would it be Jon Stewart or 45-47 Donald J. Trump? What do you think?
And I will rout anyone against us in that primary and in the general election, and we'll win easily. It'll be a landslide.
A landslide.
If I can't have someone like Jon Stewart, and I have to go with someone in politics.
Well, okay, but Zibby says Shapiro would get too much flack from the Democrats. He's not progressive enough. So did Kamala for the same reason. So I don't think that necessarily counts, because when it's Democrat versus Trump, really, when it's Democrat versus Trump, then as long as you're not like bad, as Kamala was bad and Biden was bad at being a person, I feel like they would look over that. A lot of people were saying, that because he's Jewish, that he wouldn't have been a good vice president for Kamala, which I think would have played a factor. But again, as president, I just feel like the TDS is so strong. They would have overlooked that. All Shapiro would have needed to do was come out relatively balanced, not even strongly, but balanced, and on Israel, and I think that would have been enough. Shout out to Funk Master General, starting us off on the goal for tonight, guys. If we get 9 more of these, then Morty gets his new edible rawhide treat, cheese flavored. He is loving it. He is looking for it. Thank you. Of course, every donation comes with a treat for Morty, but that is our goal for tonight. Thank you so much, sir. No question, no comment, just pure love of the game. Very, very, very much appreciated. Let's dive right back in. Thank you, sir.
I can't have someone like Jon Stewart, and I have to go with someone politics adjacent. Then I would pick either Sean Fine or Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters Union, who Sean O'Brien spoke at the Republican convention. What am I picking him for a Democratic primary? Because I'm a populist, and Sean O'Brien is a populist, and he gave the best speech out of all the speeches at the RNC or DNC.
How do you guys feel about that?
If you go back and watch that, and he told rich people to their face, the donors in the Republican Party, I'm coming for you. Now, that's the guy I like, okay? If I can't have one of those guys and you make me pick a politician, and then this is where I'm going to lose a lot of Republicans. They say, no way, man. And they have all this propaganda that
but you have Republicans to lose?
They did against him. But actually, the most populist of our politicians is Tim Walz. So he
was serious. Oh, my God. I thought he was like maybe saying like in the context of Kamala and not outshining Kamala, but being a populist. No, he really thinks that the best the Democrats have is Tim Walz. Then I'm going to go to you guys. I don't know what to say. Am said Jon Stewart is a cuck for DEI. Aren't they all? Next, I don't think John has any qualifications for the job. I mean, to be honest, as we've seen, it doesn't really take much. Now, to do it well does, but to be in the office,
Come on, man.
You don't really need to be qualified for anything. You barely need to be awake. So I hear you. But somehow Biden got in there. Steven said, I watched this last night. It's an interesting interview, but Triggernometry doesn't ask the best questions, and Cenk gets to frame things preferentially to himself as some great prognosticator. That is what I'm here for, buddy. That's what I'm here for. Jackass said, the beginning and the end of the Democratic coalition began with the re-election of Ronald Reagan. True. Shout out to Ed Funhouse. Welcome to the party. Said he said communist wrong. They gotta use that semantic obfuscation. You know it. Why is my nose all itchy? See, that's why I hate that's why I always shave this like further down, because it gets up here and then itchy. Anyway, Zippy says Kamala is a chameleon and she can pretend to be black. No one can save Kamala. I was thinking Shapiro as president. That's what that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, again, none of them were going to beat Trump. So it's all for naught. But yeah. I guess this was it was at that time the Democrats turned their backs on the working class and started courting corporate money. Bingo. Yep, indeed. Shout out to It's a Name. Said, nice hair. Thank you very, very much. Welcome to the party. Carl said, Cenk, if you are not going to take this seriously, then we need you to leave. Oh, that's the sad part, brother. That is the sad part, brother. He is dead ass. And again, he is the one who has better ideas than the rest of the Democratic Party. So that's the bar that we're talking about. He said, Jon Stewart is an actor and bad comedian. He makes a good Democrat. Fair enough. Definitely broken. How dare you? Excuse me. I'll thank you very much. Oh man. Nick said, isn't this Thursday your birthday? Indeed, sir, it is. Yeah, Biden can do it. Anyone can. Indeed. Yep, Thursday. Thanksgiving is my birthday every 6 to 8 years, depending on how it falls. Thanksgiving is my birthday. Yep. AM said he's always on point with the hairline. You can never tell it's a weave. I'm actually not a chick. I'm just gay. No. All right, moving on. Welcome to the party, guys.
As you make me pick a politician. And then this is where I'm going to lose a lot of Republicans. They say, no way, man. And they have all this propaganda that they did against them. But actually, the most populist of our politicians is Tim Walz. So he paid family leave, get moms 12 weeks off because they deserve it after they have a baby, right? Having them go back to the assembly lines is monstrous. These are super popular economic positions, and he got them passed. And he speaks like a normal human being and not a corporate robot. So you got problems with where he was in China, blah, blah, blah. We ran a campaign. People do this propaganda, right? But overall, I'll take Tim Walz over any of the other corporate robots.
That's crazy. Birthday show. Well, I'm going to be doing, as I hope you guys are, be doing Thanksgiving stuff on Thanksgiving. But we still got Wednesday and we still got Friday. So double party. There we go. Jackass said a political party in the U.S. can have corporate money or working class door knockers, but not both. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I think both parties kind of do have both, but I think they're definitely defined by one or the other. I kind of agree with the sentiment. Zippy said the Democrats turned corporate in the 70s, perfected in the 80s, with the Republicans making money off St. Ronnie's New World Order debt slavery. Yep. Wrong kind of Indian. I'm a ... Indian, not a...
I guess the reason I'm asking you who and how is that I think the big discussion is it a personnel issue or is it a structural issue?
Oh, it's definitely structural.
And that's what I'm getting at, because I don't think we're changing the captain of the Titanic avoids, if 2 minutes before the iceberg hits, is
meaning don't matter. Trump was going to win.
Really going to change anything. And it felt to me, if you're talking about the importance of a populist approach.
Thank you, Am. You're goddamn right.
The problem with the Democrat Party is it's not a party that's on the side of the ordinary person.
So it's definitely a structural problem. And so that's why, look, Young Turks is the longest running show in internet history. We're the first partner
Is that true? Really?
for YouTube. So that makes me the original YouTuber. So that's kind of fun, right?
I was gonna let it go. I was gonna let it go. What is the first official YouTube show? Me at the zoo, not fucking what you call it? Not the Young Turks. So actually, you know what? Here, let me do this. Just to make sure, because you know, dude gotta do what he gotta do, what he gotta get to do, you know. All right. So, when actually, I stopped caring. I stopped caring. It's not that, but okay. I mean, he's been around. He's been around. He's been around. Fair enough. I don't know why you had to throw it on like that. Anyway,
Partner for YouTube. So that makes me the original YouTuber. So that's kind of fun, right? And so I want to see how long we can keep it going. But we started basically at the beginning of online video, and here we are, right? And we got there by telling the truth and being honest and being populist and not serving the rich, but serving the average person, right? And so when you look at the Democratic Party, we have tried so many different things throughout the years. When I say we, me and the Young Turks host an audience, okay? We did petitions, we did campaigns. Bernie Sanders came on the show in 2016, got 6 million views. While no one was noticing, bigger than any TV interview he ever did. And the next time he came on in the middle of Labor Day, nobody was on watching anything, et cetera, 4 million views. Okay, then I started Justice Democrats, that's AOC and the squad, et cetera. We can have an ideological conversation about whether that's the right way to go or not, and half of it is, and half of it went wrong. I could tell you about that. But our audience raised $2.5 million for them, and then we pull off a couple of miracles. So we're constantly trying things, right? Now we have a populist plank on our website, tyt.com. I hope people go sign it. I'm saying right-wing populist, left-wing populist. Here's 6 super popular things: anti-war, money out of politics, etc. Let's go pass them together, and let's demand our politicians do it, no matter which side they're on. So in the midst of all this, we have tried to convince the Democrats 1,000 times over. We're like, look, you lost. You said Donald Trump was a maniacal clown, and I agree. We can get into that debate. And then you lost to him. So what does that make you?
A loser to a maniacal clown. But not only a loser in a popularity contest, a competency contest, I mean, all of these things. Great question. This is why I'm saying that, you know, he's still a Democrat. He's still wrong. But they would be in a much better place if they had more of these types of ideas, for sure.
And I agree. We can get into that debate. And then you lost to him. So what does that mean?
Yeah, twice.
I mean, it's just simple.
I mean, 3 times really, but
logic, right? And it's indisputable. So Hillary Clinton and the entire establishment of the Democratic Party said that they were geniuses and it was going to be a cakewalk. And she had a 98% chance of winning. I'm sitting there.
I will never forget that. I will never forget that. For anybody who is new here, yes, I was a never Trumper back in the day, Bernie bro. And then, you know, once they screwed Bernie over, they convinced me that I had to vote for Hillary Clinton. And I remember sitting there looking at my phone at the New York Times thing, 98%. I will never forget that. I will never, ever forget that. Shout out to Warren, said Snake Musk is going to get you. Okay, welcome. Carl said, why is this guy relevant? Because clearly he's smarter than the entire Democratic Party. Unfortunately, they, you know, they're half of the government. But he's right. What has he been wrong about other than, you know, his own show? It's like we can all make fun of the fact that, you know, their ideas are bad, but there's still the hierarchy of who's the dumbest Democrat and who's closer to not being the dumbest Democrat. And somehow, Cenk Uygur is somewhere near the top. I don't get it either, but that's why he's relevant. The beast of merit is not diverse enough. That's why they lose. Yep. Carl said, I watched the video earlier of Hillary hype and the utter collapse. Yeah, that was not fun. It was not fun. I loved it.
Party said that they were geniuses and it was going to be a cakewalk.
Comparatively.
She had a 98% chance of winning. I'm sitting there screaming on the Young Turks. No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't. She's going to lose. And so I went on ABC's This Week after the convention where Hillary Clinton had a 10-point lead at that point. They asked us to predict who's going to win. Everybody on the panel, of course, says Hillary Clinton by a landslide. I say Donald Trump's going to win. They literally laugh out loud. And I said the same thing I'm telling you guys today. Country's in a populist mood. They're running the most establishment candidate I've ever seen. It's a massive mistake. So after she loses, they go, oh, we're going to learn our lessons. And their lessons were blame the voters, blame progressives. It was Bernie's fault. It was Russia's fault. It was the weather's fault. It was my dog's fault. The dog ate my vote, right? And so they learned no lesson because, guys, and this is the critical thing. They're never going to learn a lesson because they are hooked on the donor money, the entire structure. And this is, and I don't want people to get it wrong. This is not just the Democratic Party. This is the almost the entirety of the Democratic and Republican parties.
That's what I was trying to say before about how they're, one party is for donor money and one party is for knocking on doors. It's not quite, but there is one party that's more for the workers and one party that's more for the elite.
That's why people call it the uniparty. They are all hooked on donor cash. They all serve the donors. It is absolutely indisputable, and they can never get off that crack. You must defeat them. And to be fair to Trump, as Trump did, Trump defeated them. He didn't negotiate with them. He didn't appease them. He didn't debate them. He just defeated them.
Well, he did.
So as much as I have gigantic problems with Trump, I respect that. And the other thing I respect that Trump does is when he breaks people. And then so on my side.
And even again, just right there, like how many people, and maybe Cenk has always been a little bit of a canary in the coal mine for this, and maybe we're going to see a lot more of it. But why would we expect that this isn't more of a perception of like, damn, he got me, but respect? There's just no looking at what did we do wrong? What happened? What? It's just like, no, they're just racist. They're bad. We're right. They just don't know it. Like, that's not going to work.
Respect that. And the other thing I respect that Trump does is when he breaks people. And then so on my side, we got the civility police. So like, oh, breaking people. Oh my God, that's so wrong. How could you, right? I ran for Congress in 2020. And again, because I was so frustrated, because we sent the Justice Democrats in, AOC, Rashida Tlaib, et cetera, and they had a mission. I guess maybe they didn't know the mission, or they didn't understand the mission, or they decided to jettison the mission. The mission was,
or maybe they're playing this all like a game and they don't actually use it as a way to change the way that Americans live. It's just about power and winning and being the best and making people think that you are the best. Shout out to Damien. Welcome to the party. Except progressives are the worst, aren't they? Aren't they? Just terrible. Welcome to the party.
I guess maybe they didn't know the mission, or they didn't understand the mission, or they decided to jettison the mission. The mission was challenge the establishment. Don't be the establishment. Don't negotiate with the establishment. Fight the establishment. And unfortunately, they barely did that, right? So that's my great frustration. So I was like, okay, then Nina Turner, and then she couldn't win. So I'm like, all right, I'll try it. Oh, God, I don't want to be a politician, right? But I tried it. And when I did, the LA Times has an endorsement meeting, right? So I go and we talk for, it's supposed to be 30 minutes.
Musk is a progressive.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Because we couldn't stop talking about the issues. As you could tell, I'm animated. I studied this stuff inside and out. We have a fantastic conversation. And
Jack has talking about Tim Walz lying about his military service and all that stuff. And as somebody who is not a veteran and is very open about, I am too much of a scaredy cat to ever do anything like that. I have the utmost respect for anybody who's willing to put themselves through that. Unless you're gonna lie about it. Come on, man. Yeah, it's like, why? You already have that built-in respect. Thank you, Damien. Welcome to the party. So he says Nina Turner is a hell of a super Karen. Yup. Shout out to the Camcast. Welcome to the party. Said I enjoy watching TYT only when it's being scrutinized by others. As a standalone thing, I only watched in 2015. I said, shit, me too. Samesies. Welcome to the party, brother.
I studied this stuff inside and out. We have a fantastic conversation. And I come out and my campaign manager says, how'd it go? What do you think? I said, look, I went in thinking there was a 0% chance because the mainstream media is never going to endorse a populist candidate, right? I come out thinking 12% chance, like because
12% chance, Cenk? Come on, man.
That it couldn't have gone any better. And I said to them as I was leaving, the corporate Democrat in the race is Christy Smith. I said, please ask Christy the same questions. If you ask her the same questions and she has better answers than me, then endorse her. Okay. So what happened instead?
They endorsed her.
They talked to her for 15 minutes over the phone. She didn't answer any policy questions. She said that she was for the firefighters and the teachers. Whoa, how bold! You're for the firefighters and the teachers. What a policy position. Are you also for little puppies and kittens? So, of course, they endorsed her. And so when they did, but here's the interesting part. When they got to me, they said, while we agree with Uygur's stance on money and politics and other issues, we find him too pugilistic and we prefer civility in Congress. That is saying we don't want you to fight for your voters.
That is what that's saying, but that's also not what they believe. So the fact that they said that means that they appreciate your ideas, but just you as a person, you're just not good enough. Listen to it again.
And other. So, of course, they endorsed her. And so when they did, but here's the interesting part. When they got to me, they said, while we agree with Uygur's stance on money and politics and other issues.
So they agree with your positions.
We find him too pugilistic.
No, I don't. Let's get an actual definition of pugilistic. Pugilist.
Pugilist.
A boxer. Especially what? That's not what that means. I guess that just means like, too much of a brute. Okay, so I guess it is that specific to that, but okay, fair enough. So, but I guess they're basically saying the same thing that people were saying about Trump in 2016, and yeah, they're just saying they don't like you, they don't want you as a person. But he's not incorrect. He's not incorrect that by saying that, yeah, combative or confrontational. By saying that he's too combative or confrontational, he is right. In them saying, well, we don't want you to fight that hard. So he's kind of got it half right, and he's kind of got it half wrong, because they are agreeing with him, but saying no, but for a slightly different reason than he thinks. Hey, shout out to Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans. And I was a medic in the 3ID in Iraq. I was in combat. I have the CMB, I don't know what that means. The CMB on my DD-214. I'm also making some mac and cheese with pepperoni. It's simmering now. Well, thank you so very, very much for your service and for your donation. Of course, get it out of the way there. Every donation comes with a treat. For my co-host Morty here, thank you, sir. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Thank you so much, guys. That's 2 out of 10. 2 out of 10. If we can get to 10 of $5 or more, then Morty gets his big ass bone. You want to get him his bone, right? Thank you, sir. Very, very, very much appreciated. Let's get that back up. Yeah, thank you, sir. Oh, and look who we got. We got Guam Tech. Welcome to the party. To the Angry Buffalo cometh. Good to see y'all, beautiful bastards. Good to see you as well, sir. Good to see you. Good to see you.
The interesting part. When they got to me, they said, while we agree with Uygur's stance on money and politics and other issues, we find him too pugilistic and we prefer civility in Congress. That is saying we don't want you to fight for your voters. We want you to be civil. Why?
And so again, I don't think that they actually, I think they were just saying, like, it's just not you, Cenk. It was more about Cenk than pugilism or anything else. But again, that idea is that why don't you want somebody who's going to fight hard? Exactly that.
Saying we don't want you to fight for your voters. We want you to be civil. Why? Because civility protects the status quo.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're already at the top, you don't want any of the status quo changed. You hate the populists more than life itself. That's part of why they hate, that's not part of why they hate Bernie. It's all of why they hate Bernie. And it's half of why they hate Trump.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why you can't talk them into it. On our side, we finally have to gather up the courage to say, no, the Democratic leaders that Morning Joe and The View want you to worship are morons. They're corrupt. They never win. Even Biden only won by 43,000 votes in the swing states, only 43,000 votes. And the whole time you're telling us that Trump is a syphilitic clown and you lost to him twice, and I will rip through the Democratic Party. I will not be civil. Our side should not be civil. We've been civil to these idiot, corrupt forces for way too long. Let's go beat them, and then we could have a candidate that can kick a Republican's ass.
There's an interesting point you made about
I mean, the notion that he's right again. He's right on certain points, but I think the TDS and the lack of ability to see that he understands that he's correct in pointing out that, oh, you don't want me to fight for the voters. Like, that is the right attitude, but it's one click off. I think we'll continue. I'm going to nail it down by the time we get there. But this is what I'm saying. Like, the Democrats would have done a lot better if they were talking and thinking like this. They still would have lost. But, there's always another election.
And then we could have a candidate that can kick a Republican's ass.
There's an interesting point you made about the civility issue that I'd like to push back on, Cenk, because I don't think a lot of Democrats are civil. I don't think Joe Biden calling Republican voters garbage is civil. I don't think Kamala Harris calling Trump a fascist is civil. And to me, that's not even politics, that's just name calling. Those are the things that you do when you don't actually have any ideas and you've lost the argument.
Yeah, I totally disagree with you.
Of course you do. Of course you do. And this is exactly what I was touching on before. The idea that, like, he gets that there are the problems, but when the rubber hits the road and we actually are able to point out, here's one of the problems, this is one of the issues, he always has some way to wiggle around it, mental gymnastics, whatever it is, and it prevents him. I don't know if it's a dogmatic thing against Trump. I don't know if it's a perception from a different time. I don't know what it is, but he gets so close and then he just goes left. And it's like, come on, man.
News bring transparency back to the news, something we at Triggernometry fully support.
Look, guys, both sides are in their bubble. So part of the reason people like our show and then in TYT Network overall is that we try really hard not to be in a bubble. So I've gotten into fight with leftists. And in fact, there's one raging right now, okay, because that last Trump ad that they put 40 million into about the trans detainees getting gender reassignment surgery for free. I'm like, you guys know that hurt us. It's not the number one issue, as we just talked about. The number one issue is corporate donors, elitism, etc. But it hurt us, and they pulled through the roof for them. That's why they spent 40 million. And there are other Young Turks hosts, and I love them, and it's okay to have disagreement and conversation. They're like, no, we don't see it. No, it didn't hurt Kamala Harris. I'm like, they spent $40 million on it. Their polling was unspectacular on that ad. You think it didn't cost us? I mean, that's just delusional, right? And so everybody's in their bubbles. In the Republican bubble or in the Trump MAGA bubble, you guys think that the Democrats are vicious. I mean, in a sense, they are. They are to Bernie Sanders. They are to their own base. They are to people like me who run against them. New York Times, when I ran,
You're not seriously going to sit here after all of this, after all you've been talking on your show about, hey guys, we got to tone down the rabid wokeness and all that stuff. You're definitely not gonna act like that's not a thing, right? Certainly not. Hey, Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans again with the $5. Said every person should eat a huge lobster once in their life. I shared it with my dog. That is what we love to hear. I would definitely share some lobster with Morty here. Thank you so very much. 3 out of 10, guys. That's 3 out of 10. Thank you so very, very much. Very much appreciated. Yeah, exactly, Zippy. So they're not vicious, but they are vicious to their own people. Nazis. I don't like throwing around the Nazi thing. I think they've watered it down successfully enough, but still. Guantex said, never thought I'd see the day where Cenk was dumbfounded by the likes of Destiny and David Pakman. Even Cenk can understand that he shouldn't trust people like them on the left. Yep. And I mean, I was gonna say I'm surprised that Anna's not here, but I guess that would be a very different dynamic. Yeah, she has definitely played a huge role in why TYT in general and also why Cenk specifically have been able to have this progressive mindset, but still see the worst aspects of the woke left. Shout out to her. And I mean, hey, I'm very not okay with it happening, But shout out to the dudes. Actually, I'm not even gonna say that. I'm not even gonna say it. Not even gonna say it. If you know, you know. I'm not gonna say it.
They are to their own base. They are to people like me who run against them. New York Times, when I ran, said I was anti-Muslim. I'm Muslim. Never clarified it. Okay, and based on a joke, etc. I mean, they were vicious.
But that is vicious, because what they're saying is that you're a bigot and you're a racist.
Exactly.
That is a smear on your character, which is completely baseless.
Yeah. So like you cannot act like, well, you know, I mean, the Democrats aren't vicious. What do you mean? Like that's not a position you can take. Specifically you, because you specifically have already said that it is that way, and that is why people aren't voting for the Democrats. Gonzak said if Cenk doesn't really like them, it makes you wonder what he actually thinks of his nephew. Well, there was actually let's see if we can. There was a clip. There was a clip where it seemed like I don't even know where. I think I saw it on TikTok, so I don't know where it was coming from. But it seemed like Cenk was talking about Hassan indirectly. Let's see if there's Cenk talks about Hassan. Give me something right here. Was it this? No, it wasn't that one. I don't know. I'm not gonna be able to find it that easily. But he was basically just talking about, people who just sit in there, sit behind there, or sit in their room and do this, that. And Hassan was watching. He's like, dude, is he talking about me, dude? Is he talking about me, dude? Like, no way, dude. Like, no way, dude. Yeah. Am said I liked her since the Roe v. Wade meltdown she had. Yep. Shout out to Maria G in the building. Welcome to the party. Said first time on your channel. Welcome. Said love your hair. I'm a MAGA Latina. Hey, I will give a dilly to that. Shout out to Maria. Welcome. Who doesn't love a MAGA Latina? Yeah, I mean, welcome. Zippy said Hassan is killing Twitch. I mean, isn't it already dead? You guys are going to stick with that. That's going to become a thing now. Steven said Cenk, Destiny, and Kyle agree on most topics, really. And they do, but somehow they still all have giant disagreements where they just destroy each other. And it's hilarious. I love it. Hassan looks like an upside down triangle. What? I don't know what that means. Maria said, Cenk reminds me of Trump. Loud, speaks his mind, and kind of obnoxious. Don't know why he doesn't like Trump. I actually understand that. I definitely feel that. I think they are, going back to when Cenk was saying that the people liked his positions, but he was too pugilistic, too combative, too much of a fighter. Then, I would think that, like Maria's saying, that, they kind of have a lot in common. They definitely are not the same person. Chill the fuck out. That's not what we're saying. But I completely agree. Yeah, right? You think they'd be besties. Exactly. Shout out to M169. Welcome to the party, girl. Good to see ya. All right, let's dive back in here.
A joke, etc. I mean, they were vicious.
But that is vicious, because what they're saying is that you're a bigot and you're a racist. That is a smear on your character, which is completely baseless. That's reputation destruction, Cenk. Let's be honest about that.
No, I know. I explain this on the show all the time.
Yep. Shout out to IndieFilm. I guess I'll count that as a no question, no comment, just pure love of the game. Or he's trying to be a funny man. Funny man? Either way, I love it. Thank you so much. Guys, one more, and we are halfway there. Thank you so very, very much, guys.
Baseless. That's reputation destruction, Cenk. Let's be honest about that.
No, I know. I explain this on the show all the time. In the old days, the system would do literal assassinations, right? You cause too much trouble. Fred Hampton, Martin Luther King, maybe the Kennedys, etc.
Is he going to try to explain? Is he going to try to explain character assassination as if he came up with it? Please don't do that, Cenk. Shout out to Right Click. Good to see ya, brother. I'm not sure how YouTube brought me here. Subscribed. Hey, that's what we talking about. If you are new here, welcome. I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense, guys. I'm live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So be like Maria, hit that subscribe, ring the bell, and you will never miss an Indian Jesus live party. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, diving back in here.
Some would do literal assassinations, right? You cause too much trouble. Fred Hampton, Martin Luther King,
Who's
maybe
down?
the Kennedys, etc. And you're going to do a literal assassination. These days, they don't need to. They came up with a much better idea: character assassination. Okay, when you assassinate someone,
What's that, Jake?
literally, it makes them a martyr and makes their cause stronger, not weaker. When you assassinate their character, it drags down their cause with them. So character assassination keeps your hands clean and does bigger damage to the cause. So the machine.
Yeah, we know, Cenk. This is not a new thing. Like we've been by proxy, we've been victims of a character assassination for the last 8 years, and some of us directly for the last 4 years, 3 years, 4 years, whatever it was since the jab. Come on, man. Hey, we got Indie Film with the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Guys, remember, if you were gifted a membership, make sure you join that Discord. That gives you, the Discord is free to join. Absolutely free to join. But if you are a member, it gives you full access, including the after party. As soon as we are done here, we are headed over there. We don't have to worry about any of these censors, and you guys are not stuck behind your keyboard. You're actually on screen with me and everybody else, whether you came up or not. It's up to you. It is a great time. Definitely come and join us. Oh my goodness, Jackass getting us a little bit closer, saying you have great hair. I'm bald. Well, I will continue to grow it in your honor. In your honor, sir. And another treat for Morty. He is eating good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Guamsek said, did TYT cool out on the TDS the past year, or has everyone else on the left just jumped the shark so hard they look tame in comparison? The latter. The latter. Everyone else has just gone so insane that even though they still have TDS, as you are about to see, he's going to go right into his TDS. And this is exactly what I was saying, that he gets it, but he's so close. He's so close, but the TDS just creates a wall that exactly. As soon as we get there, then it all progress just stops. All thinking just stops. And I don't get it. I don't get it. Even though I was one of these never Trumpers, like, time should be the anecdote, but the antidote, not anecdote, the antidote. But but unfortunately, more time also equals more indoctrination. So some of us made it out, and some people didn't.
So character assassination keeps your hands clean and does bigger damage to the cause. So the machine turned and does character assassinations. So in that way, I agree with you, brother. It is vicious in that way. And if you read that New York Times article, they imply that bestiality is part of my legislative agenda.
What?
Insanity. I mean, the degree to which they lied about me was unreal, to the point where there was a section when they said that I brought on David Duke.
Now, if you had said Vosh was in favor of bestiality, I mean, like, yeah, that makes sense. But is there any base to that? I'm gonna assume that's bullshit.
I mean, the degree to which they lied about me was unreal, to the point where there was a section when they said that I brought on David Duke, the Grand Wizard of the KKK, to and I agreed with him that he.
Hey guys, I wonder if Trump's ever denounced that guy.
Wasn't racist. If you watch the interview, I call him a racist, an anti-Semite, a bigot, an idiot, etc. Right? You see, I'm not shy, right?
But aren't you just making Francis' point for him?
I am. I'm saying this is the part that I agree with.
Okay.
Right. But the part I don't agree with is when it comes to Republicans, historically, they have been pudding soft. Why? Because they secretly agree with them. Mitch McConnell and Joe Biden has made every dirty deal in this country for the last 40 years. He loves.
Right, but this is not an argument that you can make anymore, because the people have already spoken and said, yeah, we don't like that. We don't like the left, and we don't like the GOP. So we got Trump. That's the whole point. So this is irrelevant to people, especially like me, who, a disaffected liberal, politically homeless, whatever you want to say. I was never a fan of the Cheneys or the Mitch McConnells of the world, and I doubt a lot of you were either. What does this say? I'm starting to see Trump's face on Jake's body. Oh no, the horror! I'm trying to think. There's something there. There's something there. I'm starring this. We'll come back to it. And even said there's a clip out there about Cenk talking. Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus. Oh man. I guess nobody has much faith in our bully Jon Stewart, huh? Cenk Uygur, beast. Yeah, let's not say that out loud. That's gotta be somewhere pretty easy. People would have that. Oh, whoa. What do we got? Shout out to Chrissy Mayer.
Face, man. Did you do a bit before this or something?
Yeah, I had monkeypox. Yeah, so I had a monkey on my show, and we split a banana. So yeah, I had monkeypox on my.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
How did I not even see
You guys,
this? So you
Alex
pointed
went
it
down on
out.
the monkey.
Well, here, let me pull the
Wait, did you
picture.
not
Oh, he talks about it. He brings it up. That's what I thought. Okay, do we have a clip here? If they're gonna talk about it, then I don't need to.
Yeah.
Dude, you're like Johnny Carson. You're like the new Johnny Carson.
The Madrid stuff. So now I'm just saying, maybe we're right, Owen. Let's just see if the year, if there's an increase in these.
You're still raving about this.
Is this it?
It's a little messed up, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it. Here we go.
Okay, this is Cenk
I've seen
Uygur
this. Here we go.
promoting
Yeah.
bestiality.
Bestiality, where you are giving for the ruler, the benevolent dictator of the world. I would legalize bestiality, where you are giving, where you are pleasuring an animal.
What? Oh, hell no.
Are you sure? Are you sure he was joking? That didn't sound like a joke. Shout out to D-Man. Welcome to the party. Good to see you. Now that you are a member, make sure you join that Discord server. You got full access. Just let me know. If you have a different name, let me know who you are, and we'll get you that stuff. Gronsek said Kyle Kalinske really fell out the deep end since the election. I always gave him the benefit of the doubt, but he's proven himself to be just as deranged as the mainstream media. Yep. All right, I just wanted to say hello to D-Man here. Let's see the rest of this. Yikes.
Giving, where you are pleasuring an animal.
No!
Yep.
Okay.
Haram.
And then he's like, okay, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't have said that.
Let me tell you why I suck.
Let me tell you why I suck. Yeah, that didn't sound like a joke, dude. I mean, if there's somewhere else where he said, yeah, I was joking, or in here, I'll take it. I'll take it. Because he doesn't seem that way. But, I don't know. Excuse me, context. I've also noticed that almost all YouTube lefties have doubled down when all of their subs coincidentally started dropping off a clip. Are that many Dems just leaving, or is a conspiracy afoot? There is no conspiracy. There is just lies. So they are not dropping off a cliff. People who don't care, people who think about people who follow a bunch of MMA channels. They're into MMA, right? And so let's say we're leading up to UFC 400. And they put the card together. So maybe we've got 6 to 8 months of time where from now until that big UFC event, right? So while I'm searching stuff, I'm gonna be looking up stuff on YouTube. I'll find, oh, this channel's good, that channel's good. I'll subscribe to that, subscribe to that, subscribe to that, subscribe to that. Then we go down. I'm watching all this stuff. And then the event happens. Now it's over. I'm not really a UFC fan, so I'm not really going to be keeping up with all the drama for every single card. So I don't need to follow that person or that person or that person or that person or that person. I like this guy, but for the rest of them, I'm going to unsubscribe. Now, is that how most people look at politics? Kind of. Is that how most people look at YouTube? Not really. But that's why we see on a channel of, I think it was like 3 million David Pacman had when he lost 5,000 subscribers. Which, is a lot to somebody like me. That's more than my whole goddamn channel. But when that's 1% or 1.1% of your following, and you're like, oh my God, it's more important that we fight now more than ever. I need you guys. No, it's a lie. It's a lie. It's a way to get you to feel like his success is your success, and that if you don't give him money, that his channel is going to go away. I'm specifically talking about David Pakman, but yeah, it's all bullshit. So maybe the Fed-based bot subscribers were turned off to stop artificially inflating him. That too. That is very possible. And look, we are halfway there. Oh my goodness. Oh my good. Oh, where's my applause? There we go. Shout out to Funk Master General Jimmy Changa. Love it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So very, very much appreciated. Let me do some math here and let's dive back in.
I secretly agree with them. Mitch McConnell and Joe Biden has made every dirty deal in this country for the last 40 years. He loves Mitch McConnell more than he loves any Democrat. Okay, so they're used to and culturally gotten used to civility, status quo is great. Keep the powerful what it is, etc. They began to change with Trump. They did the character assassination. That's fair. Okay, but the problem is that Trump makes it so easy for them, right? The garbage comment is mainly him being senile. Like, so I call him out when he does dumb things, but that one was just, he's like, Puerto Rico, garbage, right? Like, that's why his brain's falling out. You can't, so what? That's not, and guys, though, now let me bring it back to you. You, the Republican side, cannot possibly.
You can't,
sorry,
it's not you.
Sorry.
So just to get this clear for anyone who's watching who's not familiar with our show, we are neither MAGA nor left. We are disaffected people who were on the left in the UK. In this election, given the choice available, I think we probably would have voted for Trump if we were American citizens, which we are not, right? But really, we're interested in people from both sides and exploring their perspectives. So this isn't a Republicans arguing with a Democrat conversation.
No, I'm totally with you, and that's great. So when I say you in this case, I mean, let's say Trump supporters.
Yeah,
okay. So they say, oh, can you believe the Democrats are being uncivil to us? Oh, come on, guys. Trump has said every terrible thing in the world.
Okay, we got it all set. Shout out again to Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans, our sponsor, and a big, big thank you to everyone who has donated. And a big shout out. Let's shout out the disciples, man. It's been a minute. You guys hold up the channel. Very much appreciated, guys. Very much appreciated.
They say, oh, can you believe the Democrats are being uncivil to us? Oh, come on, guys. Trump has said every terrible thing in the world. I mean, Trump has called Kamala Harris fascist, all Democrats fascist, and socialist, and Marxist, and communist, and comrade, and scum, and poison.
Where did those words? How did those words become relevant in modern American politics? Was it MAGA or was it other people? Just asking.
The blood of our country and every terrible thing in the world, and like I told you, I don't mind that much, right? Especially when he breaks Republicans on his own side to get things done, right? So I'm not that guy. But if you're a Trump supporter, you are not allowed to catch feelings about bad words, like, because that hypocrisy breaks all hypocrisy records.
No. You have it wrong, sir. You're not catching feelings about bad. Oh, what did he say? Bad words? It's catching feelings about the fact that you're catching feelings about us not liking the fact that the words are bad. We're not crying about it. We're just looking at the double standard. Well, you guys are the ones who are like, hey, bad words are so bad. So why are you using bad words? That's the point. Right over your head. Right over your head. It's not that you're using bad words. Just that, like, hold on, wait a minute. I thought the standard that you guys set was, no, you can't use bad words, otherwise the world will end. That's the standard that you set. And now you're going back on that? That is what we're frustrated by. The hypocrisy, not the words.
Stupid. Own side to get things done, right? So I'm not that guy. But if you're a Trump supporter, you are not allowed to catch feelings about bad words, like, because that hypocrisy breaks all hypocrisy records. And if you can't see that, you're in a bubble. If you think Donald Trump's a fluffy, nice guy who deserves civility,
deserves civility. Just listen to the words they say, man. Listen to the words they say. And so this is why it's not like, oh, Cenk is based or Cenk is red pill. No. All I'm saying is that the Democrats would be better off if they thought more like this. But they think a lot worse than that. But he doesn't deserve civility. I would argue that all humans deserve civility. But, okay.
And if you can't see that, you're in a bubble. If you think Donald Trump's a fluffy, nice guy who deserves civility, you're not on this planet.
I think what you're saying is in part true, but I also think your criticisms of somebody have to be accurate. The term fascist is very, very loaded.
No, it's accurate.
And okay. What do you think is a fascist?
So-
What's your definition
No,
of fascist?
fascism.
Let's do that first.
Yeah.
So look, guys, all of these words suck. They get loaded up with what people their own beliefs and what they mean, right? And they've lost all meaning. So communism has a meaning. Communism is no private property, state runs everything, central planning, etc. Capitalism has a meaning, free markets, etc. Right? Socialism and fascism have almost no meaning. So,
and again, Cenk, why is that? Why is it that these words have no meanings? Is it because they are just made up sounds that have not yet been defined? Or is it perhaps that the party that you support has ran on using these words in such a wide variety of contexts that they no longer mean anything? I think it's that one. I think it's that one. Guys, if you agree, can you do me a huge favor? Share the video, take the URL, hit the share button. It does not matter. Plaster it everywhere you can, guys. It does not matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link or not. It doesn't matter. Just by you telling YouTube, hey, I want other people to see this, they will show it to other people. It helps out the channel so very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
socialism ranges from the Swedish system, which is perfectly lovely, creates IKEA and Swedish meatballs and takes care of its own citizens, and the people are very happy. To
all 1,500 of them.
Sometimes North Korea is called socialist. Well, North Korea and Norway couldn't be more different. Those they can't both be socialist. So that one gets loaded up with, if you're on the right, you're just saying everything evil is socialist. It's nonsense, right? So okay, finally we get to, and by the way, the most important word is the one that almost never gets used, which is corporatist. So the
yeah, that's what I was thinking. Be civil or don't expect civility from anyone else. Agreed. And just because you are using nice words and a nice tone doesn't mean you're being civil. This is the other thing that seems to go out the window when we talk about civility or being presidential or character or any of these types of things. It's not about your tone and the particular words that you're using. It's about the actual message and the actual actions behind those. And they're not very nice. Anyville says that tells you all you need to know about him. He says Trump is definitely a fascist. Okay, what's a fascist mean? Oh, well, that word doesn't really have any meaning now. Then why did you use it? Good catch. I missed that one. I missed it. And he's like, no, definitely a fascist. But what is it? Well, I mean, it doesn't really mean anything. Good catch. Good catch. Zippy said communism is what the leftists want. Racism and fascism is what the leftists want to implement to control the market for the greater good. So they think, right? Steven said, so how civil should politics be? That's a good question. That is a good question. And yeah, not to mention the tiny population. They are very capitalist. Just saying things. Just saying things. They're just words, right? They're just words. Can anyone in U.S. politics being civil these days? I don't think so. But again, I remember watching John McCain take the microphone away from a supporter of his because she called Obama a Muslim or something like that. No, ma'am. We just have to. The only reason that Donald Trump ever decided that 2016 was the time to run was because Obama, the guy who the Republican war hawk was defending, was making fun of him at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. So what are we talking about?
great majority of the American political system is corporatist, and they serve corporate donors.
Mhm.
And by the way, that is not capitalism. It destroys free markets.
Agreed.
So now, when you get to fascist, why do I call Trump that? Because, not because, oh, I don't like him and he's mean. When he lost the election, and he most definitely lost the election,
Mhm.
he then did.
Well, hey, this is only from 5 days ago. Does that when you say the election, that kind of means the most recent election. So, I mean, are you an election denier now? That's how they would take something like that. That's exactly how they would take something like that. Shout out to Mark Thompson. Welcome to the party. Said old jerks too hateful. MSNBC type. Yeah, right. Welcome to the party. We also got Box. I hope I'm saying that right. Welcome to the party. And thank you very much. Good to see you guys. Welcome. We are hanging out with Cenk Uygur and Triggernometry.
He's mean. When he lost the election, and he most definitely lost the election, he then decided, I don't give a damn. I don't care about democracy. I don't care about the Constitution. I care about me, 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 me. So he'd been saying all along, oh, I love these.
Yes, and we are aware of this, Cenk, and we still decided, okay, he's better than your side.
Dictators Xi Jinping, Kim Jong-un, Vladimir Putin's not technically a dictator, but close enough, Viktor Orban, etc. And so, I love these strong men. Oh, when they get into the room, everybody has to applaud. Everyone has to agree. Oh, I love it. I'm like, no, yeah.
You're so jealous, Cenk. You're so jealous.
Everyone has to applaud because they're dictators and they'll be murdered if they don't applaud. What part of that is unclear to you, brother, right? So you say, okay, well, that's dangerous tendencies, but he didn't do it, right? But after he lost, he did do it. So he did a fake elector plot. Again, this is not talked about enough. January 6th, when those guys bum rushed the Capitol, I'm going to blow your mind here and say something from the left that nobody ever says. You know how on the left they say when, black folks, protest, but then a riot breaks out, 2020, George Floyd, all that stuff. They say that's the voice of the unheard, right?
I don't know why. I don't know why I thought he was gonna drop a bar or something. Like I don't know. Box, and I saw this the other day. I just got here from TYT's live show. Well, welcome. Very good to have some other perspectives here. Not so much a huge fan of Cenk and TYT, but as of late, they've been seeming to kind of go in the right direction. So I like it. I like it. Any films that I'll take things that Trump definitely didn't say for 200, Alex. I don't have a good joke for that. I should have, because I read it before and I didn't. I'm sorry. I apologize. I should have had a better joke for you, man.
Riot breaks out, 2020, George Floyd, all that stuff. They say that's the voice of the unheard, right? And Martin Luther King said that it's a powerful quote. And there's a lot of truth to that because they're tired of getting their asses handed to them by the cops. They're tired of getting shot, etc. But January 6th was also a bit of the voice of the unheard because those were right-wingers. Yeah, they got riled up by Trump and they thought that democracy was stolen when it wasn't. One, I tell the left, what would you do if you thought democracy was stolen? What if Trump actually did
honestly, again, I'm not here to say, oh, I love Cenk and we should all go watch the Young Turks. If you do, great. No judgment. But I'm not here to tell you to do that. But if only that was the perception of January 6th, that it was like, hey, that was really bad. But like, all right, I mean, I get where you're coming from. If that's all we could get, and there was only a few people who, like Destiny, who wouldn't have any type of empathy or sympathy or compassion or grace or ability to see anything from any other perspective than his own, fine. But if this is how it was treated, think how differently the entire landscape would be. The entire landscape. Fox said, so Cenk needed to point out Elon Musk standing next to Trump for his pro-fascist attempt on Trump. He really fell on his face there. They just need to stop calling him names.
Bingo.
Yep. Agreed. Fox said, I had to ditch Destiny for a bit there. He jumped off the deep end. I said, shit, me too. Yeah, I think if you look, I was just saying this the other day. I think if you look back at my catalog, the person who shows up the most is probably Destiny, even though again I'm a Trump supporter now. I really used to respect Destiny. I do think he's very intelligent and he's good at what he does, and I really enjoyed watching his content. But after the assassination, he just went off the deep end. Yeah, and told him to go home. He told him to go home, but it's still his fault because TDS.
No, it wasn't. One, I tell the left, what would you do if you thought democracy was stolen? What if Trump actually did the fake elector plot and succeeded, right? And what would we do? Would we just go, oh, let's be civil? Oh, he stole the government, he stole the country, he stole democracy.
Well, apparently, because y'all been saying he's Hitler, and then he went like, yeah, we want a peaceful transfer of power.
What?
Why do you want to peacefully transfer your country to a fascist name, Hitler? That seems like a bad idea. Maybe don't do that. Or you never actually thought that.
He tore up the Constitution. Let's be civil, right? So for those right-wingers, mainstream media and the power establishment had not been hearing them for decades. So they
Hey, Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans, thank you again with another $5. Said fascism was invented by Mussolini and existed in Italy for a time. Indeed, and a treat for Morty. Thank you, sir. We have now crossed the halfway mark, guys. 4 more of $5 or more, and Morty gets his treat. Get the dog his bone. Thank you so very, very much. And of course, out sponsoring your goddamn self. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Shout out to Alfie Alex in the building. Said, let's go, Trump. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Welcome to the party. Let's dive right back in here, guys. Thank you again, Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans. Oh, wait, look who we got. Rhett in action. What's good, buddy? What is good? Welcome.
Right-wingers, mainstream media, and the power establishment had not been hearing them for decades. So they were so mad. And that riot was the voice of the unheard. Now, that doesn't make it right. They should be arrested for trespassing, etc. All the terrible things they did.
I mean, arrested. Like, okay, well, we'll take what we can get.
And so, but notice, none of the organizers were arrested. I don't mean the Proud Boys and the 3%ers, etc. No, Eastman, the lawyer for Donald Trump, Navarro wrote a whole book about it. Bannon, Trump, etc. They're large.
Bannon was in jail, bro. What are you talking about? Fox said, I am an independent. I voted third party this election. I went down my ballot this year and voted against every incumbent. Based. Fucking based. Went left, right, and center down the whole thing. Dilly to that. That is based. There you go. Dilly to you, Box. I love that. That's great. I mean, I would have loved a Republican ticket even better, but think it for yourself. I love it. Anybody said, I agree. All those Fed investigators went off scot-free. Yep. Indeed.
Eastman, the lawyer for Donald Trump, Navarro wrote a whole book about it. Bannon, Trump, etc. They're largely left alone, but the common man immediately thrown in jail because the elites are untouchable. So you do a fake elected plot to destroy democracy because you lost an election. And then he said, this is again the most quoted, most important quote of Donald Trump. Afterwards, he said, we should terminate the Constitution. All rules, regulations, and articles in the Constitution. He wrote it on True Social, not out of context. You can go look at it.
Let's actually pull that up. Before we do, Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans is blessing us again. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna have to refill my treats here. Look at that. Eat it, dude. Oh, is it raining? Yeah, he hates the rain. You can see him shaking. Here, Bubs. Here, eat it. It'll make you. Oh, god damn it. It'll make you feel better. He hates the rain, so he's a little scared. You don't want it? There, I know you want it. There you go. I know you're scared. It's okay. I'm right here. We're here. Thank you so very, very much. Ugh. Yeah, I feel you. I'm in Jersey, so it is what it is. And so yeah, maybe that would have been smarter to do what you did. Maybe it would have been smarter to do what you did. But I didn't trust myself enough to vote for Trump in 2020. So it was very sentimental to me to finally cast the vote for that guy. But I like it. Avon said, Alex, I'm going back to things Donald Trump didn't say for 400. Still don't have a joke for you, but it's a good one. There you go. All right. Did I even read this? Jackass said, fascism is the partnership of government and industry. And oh, do they have a partnership? Indeed, they do. Thank you again very, very, very much.
All rules, regulations, and articles in the Constitution. He wrote it on True Social, not out of context. You can go look it up yourself. Somebody who says terminate the Constitution, I'm done with them. If that's not a fascist, I don't know what fascist means.
I know you don't know what fascist means, but okay, let's see. Donald Trump, terminate the Constitution. True Social. We'll go to CNN just to make sure everybody is, we're not getting any biased sources. CNN from Kristen Holmes, December 4th of 2022. Trump calls for the termination of the Constitution in Truth Social post. This is a video. Can we just watch this?
I do want to ask you about something that the frontrunner for your party's presidential nomination, former President Donald Trump, wrote on his social media platform this weekend. He says, quote, "Do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election?"
So the whole thing here,
massive fraud.
The whole thing here says, so with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception in working closely with the big tech companies, the DNC and the Democrat Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare a rightful winner, or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great, quote, founders did not want and would not condone false and fraudulent elections. So here, clearly, the, I don't really love this. I don't love this statement. I'm not going to defend it. What I can defend, though, is the fact that you're lying about what the statement says. He's saying, by all means necessary, the rightful thing should be enacted. Now, again, I don't agree with the statement, but you're about to say we should just get rid of the Constitution for reasons.
Of this type and magnitude.
And again, that's why I was like, let's stop and read the whole thing, because of course they're only going to highlight and read the part that helps them.
This weekend, he says, quote, "Do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution," unquote. So, Congressman-elect, what is your reaction to Donald Trump calling for the termination of the U.S. Constitution?
Well, obviously, I don't support that. The Constitution is set for a reason, to protect the rights of every American.
But I thought MAGA was a cult.
And so I certainly don't endorse that language or that sentiment. I think the question for everyone is how we move forward. You know, I ran for Congress to address the challenges that we're facing and be forward-looking. Frankly, I think people are tired of looking backwards. I think people are tired of discussing the grievances of prior elections, and they want to know what we're going to do to address the challenges. And I think the former president would be well advised to focus on the future if he is going to run for president again.
So Anyville is saying I read that as the fraud itself is terminating the Constitution. I don't necessarily agree. I do think he was saying, like, hey, since this has gone so bad, don't you think maybe we should just, kind of do a do-over or whatever? That because there was fraud, that is bad enough that we could terminate the Constitution to rectify that. Again, I disagree with that. But I agree that there was that level of fraud. I don't know what to I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Bach said, richest man in the world standing next to the president could be construed as kind of fascist. I would never try to make the argument myself, but just to throw a life jacket to Cenk. Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, okay, I see. I'm not going to argue that. That's fair. That's fair. I obviously disagree, but fair.
Somebody who says terminate the Constitution, I'm done with them. If that's not a fascist, I don't know what fascist means.
So just to
answer, I think that the American people need to stop being so meek. We used to be brave. If it's written, there's a reason why. Instead of shunning things for complacency, we should exhaust all options. Absolutely. Well said. Well said.
I'm done with them. If that's not a fascist, I don't know what fascist means.
So just to reinforce what I said earlier about us not being party political, we were very critical of the riots that happened in 2020, both in this country and in ours. We were also very critical of what happened on January the 6th, right? So nobody's here in this conversation is pro either of those things. You can argue about whether it's the voice of the unheard or the fact that in large groups, there's always going to be someone who likes rioting and likes burning things.
That's also true, yeah.
Right? And I think that's a fair point.
Or,
however,
feds, entrapment, that kind of thing.
Even if we were to accept what you say, there's a lot to discuss there, and I can't be bothered to relitigate to the 2020 election, other than to say both parties refused to accept the results of the election. I think that was a bad thing for both of them.
Whoa.
However,
I wasn't messed up the stream.
Francis and I went along to the Trump rally.
See, if this brand could just pay me to show the can on stream, then I wouldn't have to hide it. I promise, guys, I will show it. I didn't realize it had a double print. I went to show. Move on.
In Madison Square Garden, right? To see it. There's journalists coming over from the UK. We were told that it's a Nazi rally and that Donald Trump is Hitler, right? So let's understand what that means. Adolf Hitler launched a series of genocidal wars and caused the deaths of over 15 million people,
like the guy,
including the deliberate extermination of millions of people in concentration camps. And that the Nazi Party was his vehicle for doing that. I did not see that when I went to Madison Square Garden.
I bet you didn't. I bet you didn't. So again, I watched through this a little bit, but I don't remember how Cenk responds to this. Because of so he's either gonna be like, yeah, of course, that was a bad idea to use Nazi rhetoric like that, or he's gonna defend it with some wild mental gymnastics. Cenk said, to be honest, I'm just glad he's on our side, talking about Elon. And there's enough billionaires who support the World Economic Forum and the like. Yup. The only, that's why, when I'm glad that, who said it, Box, that you phrased this. I like the way that you phrased this. That, I'm not trying to make the argument, but just saying, people could see it that way. I agree with you. But the reason that would be a silly thing to use as like, oh, see, this is a reason to believe this. The reason that would be not good is because, of course, there are plenty of billionaires that have their hands in politics, but aren't willing to put their face out there and stand behind the actual policies. So, he had a dog, right? So, I mean, same, different, but same. Wait, he doesn't have a dog. Trump doesn't have a dog. What are we talking about? Funkmaster said, do these two merge into one being at some point? Hilarious. And said, exactly. Agencies that are funded by the government should have zero avenues to obstruct justice for personal gain. And if caught, it should hold heavy consequence. Absolutely. Government equals taxes. Very much so. Cenk said, watching Elon jump around like an excited little kid at the Pennsylvania Trump rally helped me remember, oh yeah, he might be autistic. Might be. Buck said, I'm convinced that if Hitler was running today and came out as a gay, MSNBC would prop him up. They do. Yep. Yeah, I think they definitely would. Absolutely. I mean, it's because of that. Again, it's not about principles. It's not about values anymore. It's about orange man bad. That's all that's left. That's all that's left. And said, I'm stoked about Elon. Remember when I said I wanted a spending ledger real time? Well, that's what they're creating. I would can you imagine how much just general weight? Isn't there something like 60 billion or like 60 billion or $600 billion a year that just disappears, that like they just can't account for? I get that there's trillions of dollars being moved around, but that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Box said, my first time here, passing all the vibe checks for me. Hey, thank you. Glad you are here. That's the goal. Vibing out, right? Make sure you join our Discord. It is a great place to hang out 24/7. Red said, as a history nerd, if Hitler was around today, he wouldn't need some Democrats to give him power. He may be a horrible creature, but he had a good way with persuading people. All right, fair enough. Box said, some programs you can't talk about due to security. Oh, the money we're talking about. You can tell people where the money is going if you can't tell. Not necessarily, because you can have layers. So you can have like you think, Morty, just relax. What are you doing? Think of it as like if we had a fund where we need X amount of dollars to work on private stuff. Then when it comes to the ledger, then of course there's, national security is an issue. But at least we can see, okay, X amount of dollars is going to the secret projects. Not just like, well, we can't tell you where any of your money goes because 0.001% of it goes to secret stuff. Like,
What?
nah.
Vehicle for doing that. I did not see that when I went to Madison Square Garden, but that is what was said about him. So when we talk about civility, I don't really see that as civility to make that level of ridiculous allegation.
Yeah. So look.
Oh man, put a 1 in the chat if you think he's going to defend it. Put a 2 if you think he's going to double down. Let's see.
Sometimes people say the distinctions that I make is splitting hairs, but I don't think so. I think words matter. So I've never called him a Nazi, and I've never called him Hitler.
I'm not having a go at you. I'm challenging the idea that then being civil.
Yeah.
So, but let me get to that.
Okay.
So, and in fact, a Democratic congressman was on our show on election night and called him Hitler, and I said, "Don't do that. That's not right." Okay. So now,
he's doubling down.
You could say, "Hey, that's not right to call him a Hitler," and I'll say, "I agree with you." Okay.
Yeah.
On the other hand, you look at the speeches, and it's horrific. So.
Is it though? It's Hitler horrific? It's Hitlerific? It's Hitlerific. In what ways? Let me count the ways.
It's not right to call him a Hitler, and I'll say I agree with you. Okay.
Yeah.
On the other hand, you look at the speeches, and it's horrific. So, okay, you got the comic.
Exactly.
First of all, I wouldn't bring up a roast comic and not have him roast MAGA, by the way, and not have him roast Trump, and not have him roast white people, but roast all the different groups that the crowd might or might not hate. Now, as it turns
Mainstream media does that quite enough for you guys.
out, the crowd did not like it. They groaned. Again, we pointed out on the Young Turks. It's super important.
Yeah, because they were all rhinos and fucking losers. And everyone said, I've never called him a Nazi. I've never called him Hitler. But that stupid fascist Donald Trump was very Hitlerian.
Come on, man.
Now, as it turned out, the crowd did not like it. They groaned. Again, we pointed out on the Young Turks. It's super important. If the crowd loved it, that's a different thing because the comic's not important. The crowd's important, right?
Okay, but again, we are the crowd. It was broadcast. So the whatever 15 even it was 1,500. If it was 1,500 people at that dinner, that is such a small fraction of the people that actually watched that. And that is not how most of the audience felt about it. So wrong again, sir.
The Young Turks is super important. If the crowd loved it, that's a different thing because the
did.
comic's not important. The crowd.
Put one in the chat if you loved Tony Hinchcliffe at whatever event that was.
Crowd's important, right? And Trump's important. But Trump's teams thought that guy was a brilliant idea to put up, and they knew his script ahead of time. So that's a terrible mistake. That's saying I'm okay with it, right?
It was a bad booking.
Yeah. Okay. Now, but
I disagree. I think it is absolutely what was necessary to kind of show, because remember, this was before the election. And so it was either going to be, oh, okay, this is just, orange man bad being a bad orange man. And then he loses because of that. And everybody's, or it's really bad. And everybody understands the context of, number one, that's not Trump. Number two, it's a fucking joke. Everybody is hell yeah. Hey, shout out to Dixon Cider. Welcome to the party. Yep, leftists have no humor. Not of them. I don't think it was a bad booking. Again, I think the fact that it was so risky and Trump still won was a what's the word? It's a it was a way to demonstrate that even that just political correctness in general is not going to be a barrier to making America great again. You know what I mean? I got there eventually. Buck said I've followed TYT since 2007. I came and went a few times, but I saw their whole arc for nearly 20 years. Wow, I definitely did not have that much time with them. But I don't think they're going to be ever like, full manga or anything like that. But the type of speaking of civility, the type of civil opposition, they seem to be occupying that space very, very well. Hey, jackass, whiskey and pinto beans, blessing your boy so very, very much. Said the fascists and an axe bundled in sticks was the symbol of fascism. The fascist was a symbol of power to Etruscan and Roman society. The Mercury dime, 1916 to 1945, had a fascist on the reverse. Interesting. God damn, we are learning a lot from Jackass here. Thank you again. And let's get Morty his treat. Come on, Bubba. There you go. I know you're scared, but it's all right. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. And of course, out sponsoring yourself once again. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much.
They knew his script ahead of time, so that's a terrible mistake. That's saying I'm okay with it, right?
It was a bad booking.
Yeah, okay. Now, but that's not all. If that was all, I'd say, hey, come on, guys, one comic, right? But Rudy Giuliani gets up and gives a speech about how 2-year-old Palestinians are terrorists and that we need to kill them and et cetera, et cetera. Rudy,
I remember they show a clip here, but I don't remember where this is from. If any of you guys remember this, I don't know where this is from.
About how 2-year-old Palestinians are terrorists and that we need to kill them and et cetera, et cetera. Rudy's speech was...
Hey, shout out to Box for becoming a new member. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Again, make sure you join the Discord server because now you have full access, including the after party. There you go. There you go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. And welcome to the party. Yeah, let's see. Let's see.
10,000 times worse.
Thank you so
than
much.
The comics that nobody even cared.
I did go to the toilet halfway through, but
I don't
remember.
You can find it. It's no problem. You can find the video.
Iran is not there for us. They want to kill us. And the Palestinians are taught to kill us at 2 years old.
So he started to...
Kind of, a very narrow clip, but also kind of a weird look. I will definitely say that. But yeah, if anybody knows, I just told you I saw this already. I just told you any film. Shout out to Funk Master General again with the $5. And my last attempt at a super chat made YouTube very sad. Let's take a moment to mourn for their delicate feelings. God damn it, YouTube. Such a little bitch. But not you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so very, very much, guys. One more of $5 or more, and we are there. This is Morty's. He will, he's in a way right now. But thank you so very, very much. Yep, there you go. Receipts. But yeah, I don't know the context of that. It was clearly after Vance had been announced. I don't know. Again, not a huge fan of Rudy Giuliani anyway. Also, don't really give that much of a shit about the that war in general. So yeah, shitty statement. Moving on. Yeah, they are, right? Any films? Yeah, Box said most of these guys are crazy assholes. That's politics for you. Any film said the Gaza version of Sesame Street does not teach the kiddos to hate Jews and to want to off them. Okay, but he did say that. He said things that he didn't say. And he said it. I trust Triggernometry's insertion of it there. I would like to okay, let's get a broader context. Giuliani, fucking 2 years old. Let's see. The full speech. I just need some context around it.
September 11 was our darkest hour. October 7 was Israel's darkest hour. They are our best friend. I worked for Ronald Reagan for
They're not my best friend.
8 years. Ronald Reagan said, we have to be there for Israel always because they are always there for us.
How are they there for what? How are they there for us?
What?
Name one thing Israel has done for America. And that's a genuine question because I'm pretty ignorant because, again, they are bullshit. But what is one thing that Israel has been there for us?
We have to be there for Israel always because they are always there for us. Hamas is not there for us. Iran is not there for us. They want to kill us. And the Palestinians are taught to kill us at 2 years old. They won't let a Palestinian in Jordan. They won't let a Palestinian in Egypt. And Harris wants to bring them to you. They may have good people. I'm sorry, I don't take a risk with people that are taught to kill Americans at 2. I'm on the side of Israel.
He did say it twice. He said it twice. I mean, I don't like it. It's fear mongering. It's not. I'm with Box. I'm with Box. And so I don't know. I've seen the Palestinians talk about the teachings. I've also read it myself. I've seen the cartoons. But Jews also think goyim are less than humans. Yeah. Again, why? It's like this is why I don't care about that shit. Like it's tit for tat, back and forth, all goddamn day long. Too much. Shout out to Paulina. Welcome to the party. Good to see you. Do a little bit of math here. Hold on.
I don't remember.
You can find it. It's no problem. You can find the video.
Iran is not there for us. They want to kill us. And the Palestinians are taught to kill us at 2 years old.
So he starts, they start learning in 2 years old. They start 2 years. He said 2 years old twice. It's justifying the murder of children, okay? And then he commanded the audience, you are pro-Israel. Well, first of all, you don't speak for them, brother, okay? Then he just over and over again, and I've lived this my whole life, and it gets back to Trump too. Everyone, I don't know, you can't say that about Puerto Ricans, you can't say that about black people, Jewish people, white women, whatever it is, okay? You get the Muslims, you say any goddamn thing you like, okay? And I'm tired of it. And Trump, by the way, another...
Hey, Jackass whiskey and pinto beans. That is our goal. So first, I gotta get. Yeah, clean me out, guys. Yeah, clean me out. Thank you. So first, we gotta get Morty his treat for this. Now, obviously, I can't say these words here on YouTube, but I'll grab that out of the way and treat for Morty right there. And let's get this out of the way. Yeah, I mean, it's allowed by me, but I can't say that out loud. But all right, let's go. Let's get some goal music. This is our goal music. Whenever we hit our goal, yeah. Come on. There we go. Ooh, look at the goodness. Oh, he can smell it. Yummy. Take it. Yeah. It's too big? All right, we'll leave it. It's too big for his mouth. Thank you guys so very, very much. He is looking at it with his eyes so big he don't even know what to do. Thank you guys. Very, very, very much appreciated. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Max said Indian Jesus president for 2028. No, thank you, but I appreciate it. Evening to you, Paulina. Indeed they do. We have the standard beef liver, freeze-dried beef liver, and then his prize was a healthy rawhide alternative cheese flavor. He's over here chomping on it. And he is loving it. Thank you so very, very much. Oh, man, he is loving it. Thank you. Yeah, boy. Context said, get that cheese, Lord. Thank you. Box says, fun fact, even the people on TYT are making gay a pejorative again. Yes, but being nice is always the better choice. Well, of course, we're not being homophobic. Why would you make fun of the fact that somebody is gay? There's not really anything funny about that. But if you're acting gay, like, come on. We all see in the 2010s, in the 2000s, we knew this. You're not going to call somebody who is mentally disabled a retard. You call your friends retards when they're being retarded. We also got AWell2 over on Instagram. Welcome. What we got? Keep up your fight in the podcast. Thank you so much. Don't care what you do or what you identify as. If you're the best pilot or best surgeon, that is what matters. Yep. And yeah, that's America. Do what you want legally. That is the way to do it. And oh my goodness. Before we even got back to the banner, my man out sponsoring a jackass. But guys, thank you so very, very much. Oh, Morty is so happy with you guys. He's so happy with you guys. Look at that. Another one said, excellent. The Overlord is pleased with the mac and cheese. Pleased with the cheese, baby. And you got a crumb on your head. Eat that. There you go. Yeah, retard and retard is coming back. Let's go. I'm trying to bring these two. Not this one. This one and this one. I'm trying to bring them back. I've almost slipped and used them here like a number of times. But hey, once I hear other people using it and not getting in trouble, it's gonna start flying. And the funny thing is, all the gay people who watch the show are like, yeah, why would we not say it anymore? Well, too said goodbye, MSNBC and the liberal media. Hell yes. Love it. Oh yeah. Am's like, I'm glad it's back in. I said, shit, me too. All right, let's dive back in, guys. Thank you so very, very much.
Everyone, oh, well, I don't know, you can't say that about Puerto Ricans. You can't say that about black people, Jewish people, white women, whatever it is, okay? You get the Muslims, you say any goddamn thing you like, okay? And I'm tired of it. And Trump, by the way, another reason.
Atheists.
To call him a fascist. And 2016, and people will make excuses for this, but there is no excuse. He said, I want a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the country. That is by definition racist or bigoted, take your word, and it is by definition fascist. Here's a group of people that I despise. I don't want to know the content of their character. I don't want to know what their individuality is. I don't care if they were an interpreter that risked their life to save our soldiers. I don't care. They're Muslim. They're evil. I hate them. We should ban them entirely.
That's not what he said, bro. But you know how I was talking before about how TikTok seems to know me so well that I'll be watching something and I'll decide, okay, cool. Shout out again to Funk Master General. Very much appreciate it. And then, I'd be watching something and realize that this is exactly what I want to show you guys. And then, just something else comes up on TikTok and it's like, oh, well, this is just perfect. So let's take a look at what that is.
You won't vote for someone who persecutes Christians, but you'll vote for someone that called for a complete total shutdown of Muslims entering the country?
These are the countries with the highest Muslim populations in the world, and if Trump was truly banning Muslims, then why did none of these countries, with the exception of Iran, get banned? The answer is because Trump wasn't banning Muslims. He was banning these 7 countries due to poor cooperation with U.S. officials, terrorist activity, and technical hurdles to properly document the travelers coming from these places. All that money coming from the DNC just to get debunked by some random guy on TikTok. That's tough.
Sucks to suck. What is that guy's name? Carter something? Yeah, but he's one of those that he made some waves right before the election and then poof, Thanos snapped out of existence. Jake is a liar, but I agree. Yep. Funk said Chunk and Anna want those paychecks. That's it. I don't know about that. I think they really believe what they believe, and I think that's been shown by the changes that we've seen in Anna and the pushback that she's gotten. The fact that Cenk didn't hop on her, like they were at odds for a good amount of time, and he seems to be moving a little bit more towards her direction. But I don't think they're like that. I don't think they're like that. Box said TYT's claim to fame was getting money out of politics. I wish they would just go back to that. Point to the money and let the people decide. Bingo. I think that's the way to go. Parker, that was his name. Parker. What a loser. Oh my goodness. Nick said, I thought we had free speech. That means you can say anything, but doesn't mean that there are no consequences for what you say. Well, right, but the way that usually when you hear this, it's about some liberal wanting to be able to hit you because you said words. And so their justification is, oh, this is just the consequences of you saying those words. That's not how that works. So, of course, there's no freedom from consequences. Nobody ever said there was a freedom from consequences. The idea of the concept of free speech is the ability to say anything, regardless of whether it's good, bad, or makes anyone feel any which way. The law has to do with the government coming in and stopping your free speech, and it has nothing to do with other people stopping you from or trying to stop you from speaking because they are arguing that they don't like you hearing that. You know what I mean? People are like, we're eating here, bro. Buck said this is true. At some point, we did have a Muslim ban because every country banned everyone for COVID. So kind of a Muslim ban. Okay, then it was also a Christian ban and an atheist ban and come on. You knew better than that. Yep, him and Harry Sissy. Libby said, Cenk needs to unlearn being a shock jock and stick to facts. Ooh, I like that. Absolutely. Shout out to Exile. Said period queen. Well, if you're a period queen, I don't think... I'm going to keep that to myself. Welcome to the party. Well, so we detach the actual First Amendment from what is going on these platforms. You can say that again. Possibly, I mean, I don't see that, because if they were gonna go full grift, go full grift. If you're gonna be like, oh, I've seen the light and I'm over here now, then be over here now. That doesn't make sense. Why are you gonna half grift? They definitely could get away with it, but I just don't think just because people have bad ideas doesn't mean everybody's doing everything for money. Whenever you throw this at people you disagree with, like, oh, they just want the money, or anytime somebody changes, oh, it's about money, it underlines it undergirds the actual accusation of somebody actually grifting, and we would like to have that because grifting is fucking bullshit. Yeah, it's just there's just not. Is this a different one? Or is this I think this is a different one. Welcome to the party. Said Cenk is actually fairly good when he isn't screaming and acting crazy. I agree. A timeout. A timeout where it won't let you type anything, or just won't post the thing that you're posting? That shouldn't be a thing.
Our life to save our soldiers. I don't care. They're Muslim. They're evil. I hate them. We should ban them entirely.
Clip that.
I know the ban then was challenged in the courts and became something else, but you cannot argue he didn't say it in 2016. He did. And MAGA, they say, hey, why don't you guys come over and agree with us? Well, if you say that I should be banned, how do you expect me to agree with you?
Are you not here legally, Cenk?
Is that a reasonable ask?
Well, I don't think he was saying you should be banned. I think he was saying that immigration from certain countries should be banned. Now, there's a debate.
He said all Muslims, let's be honest.
But what, as in you who live in this country should be banned?
But he's saying that now, by the way.
No, he's not. What?
You should be banned.
He said, okay, so two things about that. Number one, let's acknowledge that he said for Muslims coming into the country, I'm going to ban them all based on their religion.
Not them all.
Nope.
We're going to ban people coming from...
No.
Yes.
No, now you're talking about what happened in the administration because of the courts and the pushback, etc. But during the campaign, he said, I want a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the country. Okay, so that is a bona fide bigoted fascist thing to say. If he had said, I want a total and complete shutdown of these goddamn Jews entering the country, we'd all agree, fascist, right?
I don't know about...
No, that would be racist. How is that fascist? I'm legit. I'm doing my best here. How would that be fascist? I agree that would be racist and anti-Semitic and all of the bad stuffs. But you're just saying things. Buck said, Cenk gets based at the end, right at the end of this, right before the Q&A. So I don't know how far we are going to make it, but we are coming up on the 2-hour mark. So if you guys would like to keep the party raging, I know you have been so very generous, and so we'll keep it going as long as we can, but you know how to keep the party raging.
It said, I want a total and complete shutdown of these goddamn Jews entering the country. We'd all agree, fascists, right?
I don't know about fascist. I don't.
Good catch, Box. No clip of that.
I don't know how that's fascist.
Okay, well, all right. What it take, whichever word you like.
No, but
I think Constantine has it here, but it's like, bro, you just made the argument before, again, the one that I missed, that the word is meaningless, but then Donald Trump is definitely a fascist, and now you're saying this particular action is fascist, and then we say no, it's not fascist by definition. And even if you widen the definition as far as it has been, it still doesn't fall into that. You're like, okay, well, whatever. Like, no. Wait a minute. So you're eating those words. You're taking that back completely then, because that is incorrect and wrong. You feel it's easy because Hitler was fascist. Hitler hated Jews. Hence Trump is Hitler. But I'll just call him fascist because I don't call him Hitler. Pretty much. We already did, brother boy. We already did. Morty's got his bone right here, and he is loving it. Thank you.
Right?
I don't know about fascist. I don't know how that's fascist.
Okay, well, all right. What it take, whichever word you like.
No, but this matters because fascists were actually allied with some Muslims during World War II.
No, nonsense. It's
nonsense. That didn't happen.
It's not about Muslims, Jews, Christians, etc. Fascists pick one minority or several minorities, and they direct all the hatred and fear towards those minorities.
That's just racism, bro. I agree. Racism is bad. But they're not the same thing. And it's not a matter of just pick whatever word is cool.
So they can accumulate more power.
Cenk.
So it doesn't matter if it was Jews or Muslims that they do it to. It doesn't have to be Jews. It doesn't have to be Muslims. But then, okay, so let's talk about now. He's running this campaign. And so, first of all, on Palestinians, he used the word Palestinian as an insult. He's, oh, Schumer turned into a Palestinian. It's all on tape, guys. So he's...
This is why you can't get past. This is where you hit the wall. Perhaps in the context of America First, saying that Schumer turned into a Palestinian is saying that he cares more about what's happening in Palestine than what's happening in America.
Stupid. Said it over and over again. Okay, so you're obviously blatantly racist against Palestinians. Now, a lot of people might say, I don't care about Palestinians. They're not Americans. Okay, but at least be honest about it. Okay, so
I don't care about Palestinians in the context of politics because they're not Americans. I care about them as people, sure, but yeah, I am not hiding that fact at all. Hey, my boy, Jackass whiskey and pinto beans. Again, with the $5, so the cry of fascist became a cause to I'm just gonna say celebrate in the 60s. I don't know what that word is, but yep. I mean, try to get him. Oh, god damn it! I always do that. All right, here you go, Morty Mort. Yummy. He was too busy chewing his bone. Thank you so very much. Very much appreciated. And said, so it's racist to admit that Jews think they're more worthy than us and Muslims want. So it's racist to admit that Jews think they're more worthy than us and Muslims don't like us and Sharia. Can we get a comma in there or something? I don't. He is definitely flailing. Cenk, it's on tape. Look it up. We look it up and it's not true at all. King Nirvana said Jake from Rattlesnake TV calls him Chunk Yogurt because his name, yeah, that's a pretty common thing. Yeah, everyone calls him Chunk Yogurt. I thought you were using voice to text. Just say the comma. Oh, it just means famous. Okay, there we go. Thank you.
I don't care about Palestinians. They're not Americans. Okay, but at least be honest about it. Okay, so that's just the tip of the iceberg for him. He said, Mr. Anti-War said, "Oh, Israel should hit their nuclear facilities," which would create.
Yeah, they should do it. They should do it. Are you under the impression that if we were getting attacked, that Donald Trump wouldn't want to deploy the military? What? That you're getting attacked. Go ahead and fight your war. What the fuck does it have to do with me?
A much larger war. This is all problematic. But Trump is an interesting guy because he speaks out of both sides of his mouth, which is actually smart politics. Because when he won on election night, he said, "We're for everyone." And he even mentioned Muslims and Arabs. So give him credit for that. I give him credit for everything he deserves credit for, and I give discredit for everything he has.
No, you don't, because that's an underhand. He's great at being a piece of shit. That doesn't count, bro. That doesn't count. And like, again, we can see that you're doing that. It's not if you were trying to, be like Trump and play both sides and actually give him a respect, you're not doing it well. So when you try to both sides it's not working. I think Cenk lays awake at night in his bed, staring at his ceiling and wishing he could beat Donald Trump. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. Nick said, I was watching something this morning about how Hitler was not fascist. He was basically a socialist, but more like modern socialists. Well, I mean, that sounds right to me. Sounds right to me. And said, remove the first want. Simple. No, I don't use voice because I have to correct. And well, maybe that would help. Funkmaster said Mark Dice has been calling him that for at least a decade. Yeah. Oh, everybody knows Chunky Yogurt. Chunky Yogurt.
So give him credit for that. I give him credit for everything he deserves credit for, and I give discredit for everything he has discredit for.
Guys, you're so amazing. You're so great for doing that, Cenk.
It's the thing I'm most worried about. When you say about me, okay, I'm already here. I'm already an American citizen, right? And by the way, we came to this country because we love this country. So sometimes people on the left will be like,
well, what happened?
Oh, America's bad, or the flag. I'm like, no. Don't give up the flag to them. Are you nuts? That's our flag. We love this flag.
Wait, what do you mean to them? What do you mean to them? Okay, dude.
America's bad, or the flag. I'm like, no. Don't give up the flag to them. Are you nuts? That's our flag. We love this flag. Okay. So his potential attorney general, I think his name is Mike Davis, said that Mehdi Hassan should be arrested, denaturalized for the tens of millions of naturalized citizens in America. That is the scariest word there is.
Why was that?
Because that says, oh, we told you were 100% American citizen, but we were lying.
No, sorry, Cenk. I'm saying, why did they say he should be denaturalized? What did Mehdi say or do?
Because he's Muslim, of course. Trump's a racist. What else would he need?
First of all, his brother's hardcore MAGA. He doesn't care what Mehdi. My guess is he was opposed to Mehdi for opposing Israel. But I don't.
So let me get this straight. You think that of all the people who are not for Israel, that specifically Donald Trump, what? What
Brothers, hardcore MAGA. He doesn't care what Mehdi. My guess is he was opposed to Mehdi for opposing Israel. But I don't know what their particular beef is, and doesn't matter. Doesn't.
Yeah. Because if it's real, then it matters more than if it's fake.
Doesn't matter. Denaturalize a thing that doesn't even exist, and then deport. And Trump also said, if you dare protest Israel, I will arrest and deport you. So what?
No, he didn't.
What kind of populist is this guy? So maybe he'll prove me wrong. I'm super open-minded. I just wrote on X this morning. I said he's got a chance to be a populist hero or a fascist thief.
It's
not me. It's him.
Oh my
Hold
God.
on a second. You're very good at putting your arguments forward, which I appreciate. But we started this portion of the conversation by me asking you about the Madison Square Garden rally, Nazism, and Hitler, right? And this whole branch of our discussion comes back to you were
Orange
saying
man bad.
The left is civil and it needs to not be civil. And France is saying to you, when you call people Hitler and when you call people Nazis, that isn't civility. That's where this whole branch of the conversation goes. So you don't call Trump Hitler and you don't.
Right. So Constantine should be a little bit clear. Apparently, Cenk needs it. Look, I understand you are not necessarily the one calling him Hitler, despite the fact you're calling him fascist over and over and over. But whatever, you're not calling him Hitler, but other people are, and you are saying that it is the left that has faltered by being civil. That is your argument. I understand you are not calling Trump Hitler, but you are saying that the left has been too civil. That is essentially your argument. Remember? Oh, they're too pugilist. You don't want me to fight for your votes? That's your problem, or excuse me, that's your assessment. That they're not going hard enough. They're not going hard enough. What do we got? Yeah. Zippy said, you know the Wolverine meme looking at picture? Cenk is looking at Trump, wishing he could be him. Oh man. Yup. Bog said he's never hashed this out before. He's just coming out of the echo chamber. Yep. He's a victim of audience capture. Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't know if this is to me. I don't know what you're referring to. And so the left is the furthest from civil. Bog said Cenk has two choices here. Reckon with this disconnect or ignore it. Methinks he's going to go with the latter. Bro, she just said she's been watching for 20 years. And when she said that, I said that I used to watch them pretty regularly. So, yes. But, I mean, then I voted for Hillary, so...
Isn't civility. That's where this whole branch of the
Right,
conversation goes. So you don't call Trump Hitler, and you don't call the Republicans Nazis. But when you say the word fascist, as you say,
Thank you.
The meaning of that word has been eroded. That's where most people's minds is
yes.
Go, right?
So what you guys tell me, what should I call his obvious dictatorial tendencies? And his obvious over-the-top
You know
racism?
what? Actually, this is a really great question.
Maybe not anything obvious. Clearly, they're not obvious. Otherwise, the popular vote would not have been so overwhelmingly in his favor unless you think Americans are that stupid and evil. So that is the position that you need to take. Americans are stupid and evil, and that's the only reason. That's the only reason.
Question, because what I'd love for you to do is, and this is a genuine question, I'm not trying to catch you out or anything like that. I genuinely am interested.
Call what? I don't know what you're talking about.
I have heard a lot of rhetoric from people about Donald Trump and the concerns that they have about the next 4 years. And, you know, people use words like fascist, dictatorial, etc. What do you fear over the next 4 years he's going to do that makes you say in the present moment that he's dictatorial, fascist? What is he going to do?
Okay, so we're definitely going to, I mean, clearly, he's going to go abortion here. And then I think I think he's smart enough to stay away from the trans stuff, so he'll probably go towards the economy. So Jackass is saying, I've never been in or on Discord. Guys, if you are new to Discord, it is super easy and super simple. It's not another social media site. I mean, technically it is, but it's basically just here, I'll show you. It's basically just a group chat. So we have, if you look here, we have the server. All this stuff is other stuff, so you don't need to worry about any of this. But you come into the server, and then we have, you know, the welcome page, and then free members. You got the free chat here. So it's just a chat room. We're just talking about stuff. I was talking about, you know, we were checking ranks. We're doing all this stuff, making fun of the view, all that kind of stuff. And this is completely free. Absolutely free, but you can see all these other channels here. So yeah, if all you want to do is just be part of the conversation, this is where you want to be. Just drop that link. If one of the mods, and Nick's already done it, thank you so very much. Yeah, and so you'll be able to communicate in here. If you become a member, then can somebody hop in really quick just so I can show it. If you're a member, then you get access to the voice channel here, where you do not have to be cammed up, but you can turn your camera on. If somebody could just join in there, thank you. Right click. And so, yeah, now after the stream is over, we're all going to be over in there and hanging out and talking about whatever we want. And it's more of a hangout more than me doing a show. But again, you know, hey, there he is. And again, you can cam up if you want to, but you don't have to. All right, thank you. Right click for the demonstration, very much appreciated. And again, even if you are not a member of the channel, there's Box. There we go. There we go. Even if you are not a member of the channel, then if you hang out in the free channel and you keep just hanging out and talking to people, then there's like you get points and stuff. And so when you get to a certain level, then I'll automatically just give you the permissions for the rest of the channel for being part of the community. That is what we are looking to do, is to build a community. This is fun. I love doing this, guys. But the real goal here is to build a community of people who are able to talk to other people. Sounds simple, but it's not that simple. People are very, very bad at talking to people they don't agree with. And we need to be better at that. And that is the way we do it. So come on and join us. Shout out to Funk Master General offering another 5 gifted memberships. Again, that means if you received one, then you automatically get the permissions for the voice channel and the after party. Jackass said, I do like chatting. Well, that is the place for you, sir. That is the place for you. And as a free member, we'll be there 24/7. Thank you guys so very, very much. All right, let's dive back in here.
He's going to do that makes you say in the present moment that he's dictatorial, fascist? What is he going to do you think?
Yeah. So again, I don't know that he's going to do it because there's countervailing forces.
What do you fear?
And I think the countervailing forces.
I don't know if this is going to happen, but it's going to be the worst thing ever. Trust me, promise.
This is super interesting. We should talk about that.
Yeah.
And I'm really
that's what we're doing.
Interested to see which way the right wing goes in this country under Trump. But the worst case scenario is he gets frazzled and feels challenged. And
you think he's joking, but he's not. Like I said, this is a good question. All right, let's back it up. Let's do our good
talk about
that he's over the next 4 years.
What are you afraid
he's going to do that makes you say in the present moment that he's dictatorial, fascist? What is he going to do you think?
Yeah. So again, I don't know that he's going to do it because there's countervailing forces.
What do you fear?
And I think the countervailing forces are super interesting, and we should talk about that.
Yeah.
And I'm really interested to see which way the right wing goes in this country under Trump. But the worst case scenario is he gets frazzled and feels challenged, and he falls back on what he always does, which is protect his ego. And so he starts pilfering, and that's very much in his nature. Grab, take, because now there's no accountability. What are you going to do? Impeach him? What are you going to do? Arrest him?
Well, you could, but he would have to first do something that would be illegal. So again, we've switched to being selfish and being egotistical to now committing crimes. You missed a beat there. It's almost like politics doesn't really foster nice behavior. And it just seems to be like people who are good at pretending that they're being nice are the ones who do well. And Trump came through and said, fuck that. Be real. Hey, there we go. Jackass and Whiskey. Welcome to the server. Welcome to the server. I am very excited to hang out with you guys.
No accountability. There's no brakes in the car.
What
So
do you
we're
mean?
all at his mercy.
Sorry to interrupt, but this is important for clarity. What do you mean by pilfering? He's going to be pilfering and pilfering.
Okay, so easy examples, but there's a million of these. He puts Jared Kushner in charge of the Middle East last time around.
No new wars. Oh my God. He can't have no wars. Where's all the money gonna come from?
And Saudi Arabia. Jared Kushner at some point goes to Saudi Arabia, talks to Mohammed bin Salman. And right afterwards, Mohammed bin Salman arrests a whole bunch of people. Okay. I don't want to get into too much into what happened in that meeting. And
Yeah, right? Anyone that gets frazzled. You mean the guy that got shot in the head and then said, fight, fight, fight. That's my fucking president. That's my fucking president. Hell yeah. Paulina said, gotta go fatten up the cats at the garden. You have a good one. Thank you so very much for being here. Have a great, great night. Yeah, good catch. Good catch. Oh no! Oh no! Buck said I make drone components for the military. Some days I feel bad about it. Now, I mean, there's no reason to feel bad about, making components of stuff for the military. I think there's a very clear need for military capability. The problem comes in with the people who make decisions on what to do with those components and subsequently those drones. So, I mean, it definitely doesn't not contribute, but it ain't your fault. It ain't your fault.
And right afterwards, Mohammed bin Salman arrests a whole bunch of people. Okay, I don't want to get into too much into what happened in that meeting and what
bet you don't.
What the results were. But whatever it was, Mohammed bin Salman was super pleased because right after the election, he gives Jared Kushner $2 billion to manage. But that he gets 2 and 20 on that. So if you know private equity and how that works, what that means is he's going to make hundreds of millions of dollars. So if Hunter Biden got a $2 billion deal from the Saudis after Joe Biden left office, I was like, Hunter Biden's not a Ukrainian gas expert. That's nuts.
Okay,
and that was $5 million.
So your fear number one is that his family will benefit financially from his president, and him will benefit financially,
and his donors. Most of all his donors.
What else?
Okay, so that's, but to be fair to Trump, like part of the reason the establishment.
Oh, we're gonna be fair to Trump now.
Hates him is because he's systemically and personally corrupt, whereas they're just systemically corrupt. Right?
All this for
To be fair, like this is what I mean. This is what politics used to be. Well, to be fair to Trump, he's not just corrupt professionally, but corrupt personally. What? That's being fair. And you think that we're so dumb that because you said, well, I'll be fair to Trump, he's corrupt. You think that we think that because you said you're going to be fair, that that's being fair. That, sir, is the stupidity. Shout out to Avery. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Good to see you. Long time no see. Always glad to see you guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party.
Systemically and personally corrupt, whereas they're just largely systemically corrupt.
I'm accepting all this for the sake of argument without challenging, because I just want you to get to like the real fascism that he's going to do.
Right. So the reason I'm saying that is because
get to the real fascism.
Since most of the politicians are systemically corrupt anyway, that's not the fascism.
That's my point.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
well, why did you say it?
So he says, I'm going to deport all the undocumented immigrants. So some people might say, yeah, good. Rip them out of their homes. 13, 15 million people, whatever it is. Oh, they're running a diner. They're
Yup. Sorry. My parents came here legally and gave me a fantastic life. I mean, there's some bullshit, but all things considered, it's a goddamn good life. They had to earn that. But yeah, just give it away for free because we want to be nice.
So some people might say, yeah, good. Rip them out of their homes. 13, 15 million people, whatever it is. Oh, they're running a diner. They're beloved in their neighborhood. They married an American citizen. Whatever they did, I don't care. And oh, their kids are American citizens. Rip them away from their babies and send them the goddamn back home.
Excuse me, sir. Thomas Homan was very clear. Very, very, very clear. That you would just deport the families together.
Now, that's a debatable point as to whether that's fascism. My guess is that if he starts doing
rules for thee, but not for me.
Doing it, and you start seeing people rip.
So, Jackass, now we're hanging out here now. So most people are going to be, doing stuff here, but you make yourself at home. So the free chat is your new home. So you could say hello. You could scroll up and see what somebody else was talking about and reply to them, and all that stuff. If you want, I'm gonna let you. And then in the after party, since you've been, we'll talk about, just make sure you're there and we will talk about it. There's nothing you have to do. It's just there to hang out and talk. Box said Cenk's dad was an engineer, 4 years of school, then came to the U.S. But he, I don't know why that wouldn't be instilled in the next generation. Answered, I mean, wanting Americans' freedom and economics isn't wanting to be an American. Damn, that's a bar.
Ripped out of their homes, that people are going to go, oh, that don't look good.
I don't think he's going to do that.
Yeah. Well, okay, we're going to find out. He might not. We're going to find out.
But probably not, right? Because then people wouldn't like that, right? And then he needs to be liked, right? That's your whole thing, right? That his ego, right? Is that it's so huge, right? And he wants people to like him, right? Make it make sense. Ever said, believe it or not, Cenk is the guy who convinced me to become a conservative when I was 14. He was talking trash about Ben Shapiro. I went and watched Ben Shapiro and realized Cenk was a liar. Hey, there we go. I got to do the same. I'll be right back.
That don't look good.
I don't think he's going to do that.
Yeah. Well, okay, we're going to find out. He might not. We're going to find out.
But if he was to, let's say, I think the more likely scenario, I don't know if you agree with Cenk, but I think it's possible that this is the more likely scenario, is he deports all the people who've committed a crime in this country who are illegal immigrants. People not only came here illegally, but have committed a crime, and people who don't have American family and don't have dependents here. Let's say he was to deport all those people. Would that be fascism in your view?
I don't even know if he deported all undocumented immigrants, it would be fascism. I'm not even stipulating to that.
So let's get to the fascism, though, because this is what I want to get to, right?
And by the way, people who committed crime should obviously be deported.
Right.
No one disagrees with that. So then the thing that I'm concerned about is both him and the potential attorney general saying, if you're on a campus and you're protesting Trump, you're protesting Israel, you're protesting the oil companies, you're protesting something we don't like, arrest and deport you. Wait, what happened to cancel culture? I mean, arresting someone for protesting or voicing their speech is the most both cancel culture you can do. I mean, you're taking the guy's freedom away, right?
Yeah, agreed. But
deporting people that are American citizens. What the hell are you talking about?
You can't do that. But did he do any of that in his first term?
So he didn't do that. Okay. But so, and that's why I say, guys, when he's running, he threatens to do total complete shutdown of Muslims. He threatens to arrest and deport people, etc. But
it's almost like there's a saying. How does the saying go? Something about Trump and how you should. Oh, you're chilling. Okay, cool. Look at him with his. Oh, come on. How do I? Well, trust me, the bone's right there, and he's loving it. I forgot what I was going to say. But what did he just say?
When he's running, he threatens to do total complete shutdown.
Oh, yeah. This saying, this crazy saying, I can't really quite remember what it is. Like, don't take Trump literally, just take him seriously. Maybe it's just like the sentiment of the idea that people who are not here or not supposed to be here shouldn't be here. Could that be what he's talking about? Or is that in line with the way that we have seen Donald Trump typically thinks and operates, or no?
Stupid.
Hey, shout out to Box for the gifted membership. Damn, Dylan always be getting a gifted membership. There you go. There you go. There you go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so very, very much. Much appreciated.
But so, and that's why I say, guys, when he's running, he threatens to do total complete shutdown of Muslims. He threatens to arrest and deport people, etc. But he didn't necessarily do it. So, for example, they said lock her up, and then he got into office and he said, no, I'm not locking Hillary Clinton up.
And then they locked him up. So what are we talking about? That's the fascism. It's actually more authoritarianism, but that's the authoritarianism. That's the dictatorial bullshit. That's the pilfering, to use your word. Exactly. He didn't lock her up.
Do it. So, for example, they said lock her up, and then he got into office and he said, no, I'm not locking Hillary Clinton up.
And that's a bad thing in my eyes because, well, right now I want him to be a liar. So the fact that he didn't.
I have an open mind.
Do you know?
But when he threatens those type of things, I go, I am deeply, deeply concerned. Now, here's other things.
Okay.
So they had a 3-hour meeting after.
Wait. So that was your example? That was your example. A thing that he didn't do is your example of a thing that you're afraid that he's going to do. What? Make that make sense. Make that make sense. Hold on. I got this. I see you. Hold up. I almost forgot to dilute. I got to be right there. Okay. I see some dillies in my future. I see some dillies like with Nick. Say, what an awesome chat we have tonight. You all rock. Indeed, you do. Indeed, you do. Thank you to each and every one of you guys. I know that it is Monday night. You could be hanging out doing whatever you like, but you are here with me, and it means the world. Thank you so much. Box, and most real people are sane, normal people. I love people more than I hate their politics. Ooh, that's a bar right there too. I love people more than I hate their politics. I'm trying to think if I do, because I really hate some people's politics. I really do. I'm trying. I'm doing my best. Box said he might free Hunter. Free Hunter. Yep, that was shall not be infringed. The government should not be allowed to make you incriminate yourself. Are you coming up? What are you doing, bud? You're just hanging out and trying to find a chill spot to eat your bone. Okay. But yeah, I'm totally down with that. But I hope he does not. And for one reason only. Not because of anything against Hunter or anything like that. He absolutely deserves to be let out on the gun charges. I'm going to say it again. On the gun charges. I'm even I'm pro, legalizing drugs. But my point is, we need him to be, we need that to be dismissed or found not guilty or whatever on the merits. We need the precedent. That you can't have the government telling you that in order to enjoy one of your rights enshrined in the Constitution, you have to incriminate yourself. Nah, B. Hey, shout out to Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans. And I do like MAGA, people with MAGA doggies. Well, we got the MAGAest doggy there ever was. Up, up. There we go. Give me a high five if you're MAGA. Give me a high five. No. Give me a high five. He's like, there's a man. Give me a high five. He doesn't know from this way. Here. Give me a high five if you're MAGA. There we go. The double high five. There we go. Thank you, sir. Very, very, very much appreciated. Box here said, I must have missed that part. That said, shall not be infringed unless if you do your time, you get your rights back. Exactly. You got it. He's more than a MAGA doggy. He is the overlord of all things to come or that have ever been. I'm just a lowly Indian dude. I'm just a lowly brown dude, but this guy, he's serious business.
He lost the election. Where Michael Flynn and I believe Sidney Powell, don't quote me on that. I don't want to get sued. Okay, but definitely Michael Flynn.
Don't
said,
lie.
Let's use martial law. Let's roll out the tanks. Okay, and we won this election, and we're going to correct the fraud, and let's go grab the actual ballot machines.
Based.
Okay, and Trump was like, okay, now I'm listening. Now we're having a conversation, and that's why it lasted 3 hours.
So you
at the end, hold on.
No, hold on. You're talking about something that already happened.
Yeah, again, we've been asking you, what is the thing that you are afraid Trump will do? What is the thing that you are afraid that Trump will do? What is the thing that you, Cenk Uygur, fear?
Talking about the future. Let's just stick with that.
No, but that's totally relevant.
No, well, I'm sure, which is why I'm asking you the question to follow up. So do you fear that at the end...
I do my best. I can't always be exact, but I try.
End of this 4-year period, he's not going to relinquish power. Is that what you're saying?
So since he didn't relinquish power last time, yes.
Well, but he did though. Who is the president right now? And was that a violent thing or a peaceful transfer of power? Oh, it was a peaceful transfer of power. Gotcha.
Power. Is that what you're saying?
So since he didn't relinquish power last time, yes.
Well, ultimately he did, but you fear...
come on, guys.
Fine, let's accept that for the sake of argument again. So you fear that at the end of this 4-year period, when he can no longer run for election again.
And again, a good thing there. Sometimes sometimes this will happen specifically in the after party, and some of you guys don't necessarily see what I'm doing. Retarded point that Cenk just made, but Constantine can see. He can see that aspect, even though Cenk is wrong, doesn't actually matter to the larger point that he's about to make. That there's no fascism that you should be legitimate or reasonably afraid of. That's the point. And so, whether or not he did this, Throw that to the side. Fine, I'll give that to you. I'll give that to you. And still you're wrong. That's a very powerful thing. When you know you're right about something, and you're so right about it, that even granting wrong things to another person allows you to still be correct. This is what he's doing.
Power last time. Yes.
Well, ultimately you did, but you feel.
Come on, guys.
Oh, come on, Tony. What is that? I thought you were. And we wonder why we're not going back to kick.
Since he didn't relinquish power last time, yes.
Well,
but he did though.
Ultimately he did, but you feel.
Come on, guys.
Fine, let's accept that for the sake of argument again.
Yeah, Donald Trump's been the president the whole time. Biden has never existed.
So you fear that at the end of this 4-year period, when he can no longer run for election again, you fear that he will not hand over the presidency.
A guy who said, let's terminate the Constitution, considered martial law, and had a fake elector plot to steal an election. Might he try to stay in power? Of course, he tried to do it once.
Well, that's good. So we got.
Of course, I think he's going to do the thing that he could have already done but didn't do. Of course. Would have been more reasonable for him to do it the last time and not this time. But yeah, of course.
Oh, please. Please tell me. Wait. I gotta see all this. So okay. Box said if you don't want to give them their rights back, just keep them in jail. It's just that simple. It was peaceful as fuck. I don't know if you're being sarcastic. I'm not sure. Are you saying that I'm accurate or what Morty is saying? What Cenk is saying is accurate. And I don't know. What does kiss the vat mean? Too much of this is going over my head. I don't like it.
A fake elector plot to steal an election. Might he try to stay in power? Of course, he tried to do it once.
Well, that's good. So we got to. So you fear that at the end of this 4-year period, he will not vacate the White House.
That is one of my.
Excuse me. It's called the shadow cabinet.
Concerns absolutely, and that alone is a deal breaker.
Well, it'd be a deal breaker for anyone, left and right, no question.
Except it wasn't, because he already tried to do it, and the right was like, no big deal.
I don't think that's.
It was a giant deal.
Yeah, I don't think that's quite true. But anyway, that's your big concern.
So that's number one. Number two is the reason I was telling you about martial law is because he's also said let's use the military to shoot the protesters in the legs. Let's use the National Guard to arrest citizens, etc. When you're talking,
wait, what? It was he? I misheard that. Was he using shoot him in the leg as a legitimate thing?
So that's number one. Number two is the reason I was telling you about martial law is because he's also said let's use the military to shoot the protesters in the legs. Let's use the National Guard to arrest citizens, etc. When you're talking about arresting or shooting U.S. citizens and you using the military to do that, because you don't like their protests, and you could be livid about their protests. It doesn't matter.
Sure,
we have a right to protest,
of course.
And okay, but we're specifically talking about rioting. So are we conflating what protesting and rioting are, like we did in the Summer of Love, or are they separate again now? I'm trying to keep up with the left wing perspective of what these words mean. It's like I'm glad I'm not the only one. I was like, what was that? I have no idea. And Film said things that Trump definitely hasn't said for 1,000 to win, and you've got the double jeopardy. There you go. Box said the transfer of power from Biden to Trump is peaceful as fuck. Even mainstream media just died. Ooh. Zippy said Biden was not joking about using the F-15s against people. I forgot about that. The hypocrisy. If they didn't have double standards, they would have no standards. Is he? Projection. We always do that on projection. It just happened to be you calling it out. So good job. And absolutely right. Projection.
When you're talking about arresting or shooting U.S. citizens and you using the military to do that because you don't like their protests, and you could be livid about their protests, it doesn't matter.
Sure,
we have a right to protest.
Of course.
And when he says that, and he has definitively said that and said it on the record, if you go and do that, now that there are no brakes in the door and there is no General Milley and there is no General Kelly and they're not going to be able to stop him, if he does that, do you guys agree that would be fascist?
Well, of course.
So do you now understand why I have a soft spot for the people who are very, very afraid. It's because, again, I'm saying Cenk is doing better in terms of punditry or just ideation. He's doing better than a lot of the Democrats, voters up to the politicians themselves. He's doing better, and he's still doing it. He's still doing it. And then, like, what was his last?
There is no General Milley and there is no General Kelly, and they're not going to be able to stop him. If he does that, do you guys agree that would be fascism?
Well, of course.
Yeah.
So,
Okay,
so
good.
I forgot what I was going to say about that, but yeah. We got to fact check and believe that a secondary government is being established to fight every move that Trump makes, called a shadow government. False. A secondary government is not. Yeah, right. You got to do false. There actually is a secondary government, and it's known as the shadow cabinet. Yep. Box at another point where he has to acknowledge this or ignore it. The choice is his. I don't have faith. I don't have faith. Yeah, that was a great fact check. That was definitely a good one. He's a better zombie? What? Yeah, fuck them. And I think that it's such a common thing to for people who are more, I don't want to put you in a box, but just generally speaking, people are more moderate Democrats, more classical liberal types, are still not about the mainstream media. Like, that was the hate for the institutions started in the left wing. So I don't know what happened.
There is no General Kelly, and they're not going to be able to stop him. If he does that, do you guys agree that would be fascism?
Well, of course.
Yes.
Yeah. So,
Okay,
so
good.
you're great.
Yes, of course. If he were shooting people and for legal protesting, then he would be a fascist. Yes, we agree. Do you agree that if he doesn't do any of the crazy things that you're saying, that you will have been wrong for the last 8 years, or really 12? And so what is the cabinet a component of? The motherfucking government. Yeah, but that's not what it's called. Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Bean said, I cannot foresee any situation in which men in the Army or the USMC would fire weapons into their fellow citizens. Yeah, exactly. But again, people actually believe this shit. Yeah, there you go. That's how we do. You get a lot more out in Discord. There you go. Smart.
My concerns are just to replay it for people, and then I'll hand over to Francis. Number one, at the end of the 4-year term that he currently has, he's not going to hand over the presidency, number one. And number two, he is going to be deeply un-American about the way he handles free speech and the right to protest and the right to free assembly. In other words, he will take protesters and strip them of citizenship. He will have the army shoot them. He will imprison people for turning up on a college campus and burning an American flag, let's say. Those are your two main kind of like, this is the fascism that might happen. Have I got you right?
That's right. And I'm
yeah, he's gonna shoot people. Because they protested. That's a real thing. You're insane. You're in a cult, and you're retarded. Nick said, most people are good, rational people, but the loudest moronic fools on both sides screw it up for everyone. Yep. What are you doing, Bubs? You hanging out, or are you trying to come up? What are you doing? You want to come up here? Yeah. No, just don't get the wires crossed. There you go. Did he fuck it up, though? I mean, at the end of the day, if that's what he believes, that's what he believes. This is what what I have to say to people who are, Bebs, lay down. To people who are on the left, but kind of like, I'm not so sure. I'm definitely not Trump. I'm definitely not with Trump. But I really don't like what the Democrats are doing. If that closely describes you, then I think you're going to see that this new coalition of the new right has a lot more space for you than the Democratic coalition, at least in the next 4 years. At least. Box said everyone says Anna is the longest red pilling in history, but really Cenk is. Well, again, I mean, Anna, I could see Anna being, because again, I'm not expecting either of them or many of the people who are walking away from the Democratic Party specifically to become Republicans and MAGA and all that. But the idea of America first, the idea of being against this extreme wokeness, I think that's going to be just become the normal position. And there's going to be, a little, that's going to be the center, is that, look, we just don't want the crazy shit. Some people are going to be more about, like, okay, well, Trump's more of the crazy shit. And then other people are going to be, well, the transes are the crazy shit. But within that whole group, everybody's like, oh, can we just chill the fuck out? And that group is going to grow and grow and grow and grow and grow. Hopefully. But that doesn't necessarily mean that yes, that's a good call. Dave Rubin did start on TYT. Good call. Am said MAGA is not Trump. MAGA is constitutionalism and individual freedom. Goddamn right.
Say those are your two main kind of like, this is the fascism that might happen. Have I got you right?
That's right. And I'm not saying it's definitely going to happen. I'm saying
concern.
He has said those things.
That's your concern.
And it makes me concerned that he will do those things.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad we got that out.
Yeah. So, Cenk, I think the left have got a real opportunity now. If we look at it.
One more.
If you look at the Democrat Party, they've been absolutely decimated. And this is a prime moment for the left to actually put some new ideas, some new policies in place. What does the left need to do, in your opinion, to be able to challenge the right? Because what is very interesting about this MAGA party is that RFK Jr., former Dem, Tulsi Gabbard, former Dem, Elon Musk, former financial donor to the Dems. What do they need to do now in order to challenge and maybe get some of the more populist elements of the Democrat Party, like Tulsi, back in the fold?
We got to get a Joe Rogan of our own.
We need to have a democratic civil war within the Democratic Party.
A democratic civil war, as the podcast is titled. Let's see what he's going to get into. Box said on TYT right now, let's not trans to kids is standard for most of the live viewers' opinion. As far as I can tell, when you turn 18, no one gives a shit left, right, or center. Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's people who have, the overtly religious positions about that stuff. But, as an atheist, I don't give a fuck about that shit. Well, what? Yeah, exactly, right? He wants to be Trump, and he wants to be conservative so bad. He's like, no, we're there. Can we? Our turn now.
The Democrat Party, like Tulsi, back in the fold.
We need to have a democratic civil war within the
Democratic
Party, and not violently, not physically. Obviously, I just told you how deeply concerned I am about that.
And this is exactly why, and it took me some time to be red pilled as well. But this is exactly why the landscape has shifted so much, because formerly left and right has just been destroyed. Exactly what you said, broken right in half.
Within the Democratic Party, and not violently, not physically. Obviously, I just told you how deeply concerned I am about that. Politically and rhetorically.
That's literally the title, bro. The Dems need a civil war. Cenk Uygur. So, yes.
And so this brings us back to what went wrong with the Justice Democrats. So I founded it, I named it, and we had one of the greatest political upsets in American history. AOC beating Joe Crowley when he's the number 4 Democrat. It was a miracle, right? And we put 11 Justice Democrats in Congress when everybody expected 0. Right?
How's that working out for you?
Right. So we started a whole wing of the Democratic Party that was supposed to be populist and progressive. Okay. So, and half of it worked because we set the rule, no corporate PAC money. Okay. So anyone who watched this, guys, and I'll tell you Republicans to look out for. Okay. Anyone who rejects corporate PAC money instantly becomes more honest. And that includes Matt Gaetz and Josh Hawley.
I mean, hey, you get a left winger propping up Hawley and Gaetz. Credit where it's due, bro. Credit where it's due. Thank you very much. But again, if you can see that they are the ones who are more honest, but they are also the ones who are getting in more trouble for being mean and saying wrong things. And I mean, like, okay, the fucking the allegations. I get if you think them, of course, you know, it's ridiculous. But yeah, if you believe that these people are doing the right thing, maybe you don't agree with their positions, but you're saying, hey, at least they're honest. Why don't you listen to what the fuck they say? That would help you out a lot. Shout out to Box said Trump broke the right before the Trump broke the Republicans before Bernie could break the Dems. Absolutely. Thank you. Oh, he's loving it. Thank you so very much. Yeah, absolutely right. And it's very clear in hindsight that I don't think Bernie was ever going to be able to break the Democrats. I don't think if he had a crystal ball and he could have seen, hey, you're going to do really well organically, but then they're going to screw you over. I don't know if they would have, or if he would have been able to do anything with that. Jackass said Cenk is a corporate Democrat for money, then spouts populist views. Yep. Funkmaster General said Bernie was weak. That was obvious early on when the BLM chicks took his mic. It's so funny that that clip just came up on my TikTok the other day. And said, was there a concerted effort to remove identification requirements to vote, followed by an election that the incumbent power only won states not requiring ID? There's no comparison to relate it to. That's what the people wanted. Bingo. Yep. Yeah, Bernie got screwed in 2016 and 2020, so you'd think he would have learned his lesson. But he's just a loser. And I was full Bernie bro. But he just didn't come through. And I mean,
who rejects corporate
that's what you got to do.
Instantly becomes more honest. And that includes Matt Gaetz and Josh Hawley. They started actually rejecting corporate PAC money, and instantly they started proposing bills with Ro Khanna on AOC to end corruption, end the stock market trading that the Congress people do, etc. I love those bills. Hate Matt Gaetz, love that bill. Okay, so the half where they went wrong is they were supposed to challenge their colleagues, but when you get there, it's so hard. To be fair to them, there is this culture of, oh my God, the most sacrosanct thing in the world is being nice to your colleagues.
Yep. Well, like I said, I'd argue the Dem split is currently the machine Dems versus the woke communist Dems. It may have to be a three-way break at this point. Who's the third? Like I said, now if we can get the Republicans to stop being so dogmatic about religion, we'd have a chance. You know I'm a dilly that. That's there. So close. You're so close. That's theirs. The Dems, it's Orange Man bad. Republicans, it's glory to God. Yeah, I remember that. AOC is a has-been. She's younger than me, I think. Pelosi 2.0. I don't know. She's definitely got an anti-establishment streak in her. Will that be beaten out of her in the next few years? Maybe. But I want to have faith. I'm going to have faith in AOC. Gomnex said the rational Dems, social programs without translating the kids. Do those people exist anymore? I think those are just like quiet Trump voters. You said you do not think there are any worker Dems anymore. That's what I just said. I really don't. I mean, they obviously there are, but Box said it has been beaten out of her. Well, okay. Elaborate. What have you seen? What because I don't really pay attention to AOC. But what have you seen? That's put her in line with Miss Pelosi.
To challenge their colleagues. But when you get there, it's so hard. To be fair to them, there is this culture of,
come on, guys. Okay, yeah, let's start our own party. This is America, Jack.
Oh my God, the most sacrosanct thing in the world is being nice to your colleagues. And if you challenge them and you call them corrupt because they're taking corporate donations, you are the meanest person on earth. And what progressives and liberals don't want to be is mean. Right? So they're like, oh, no, I'm not mean. I love my colleagues. I won't challenge them on corruption.
Can I push back on that? Because I would disagree with you there.
Yeah. And then?
Because what I think one of the problems of the left is, and it's not just the left in this country, it's the left everywhere, is they're too scared of their own. The left are far more scared about their colleagues than they are about the opposition. Because their colleagues have got the power to cancel them and ruin their careers and their lives.
So that is entirely true. And so it's both. Right. So one, they use these cultural tricks like you're going to be mean and you're a bad person and you're a weirdo radical. You don't want to be a weirdo radical, do you? I mean,
Cenk, he said that as if we didn't see through the weird thing. He said that as if we didn't see, like, oh, you're trying to make weird happen. Gretchen, weird is not going to happen. I just want to have an understanding of, like, what did you think? Did you, like, you thought that was working? When you were just like, oh yeah, he fucking couched. That's so weird. Oh no, he didn't fucking couch, but that's but weird. Because he has a family. Weird.
Like you're going to be mean and you're a bad person and you're a weirdo radical. You don't want to be a weirdo radical, do you? I mean, by the way, if you play ball, you get to go on the cover of Vogue and you get to go to the Met and you get to be the belle of the ball, right? And
right there, Box. But I'm holding out hope. There's got to be some Democrats that are like not like that, right? Like I said, I mean, MAGA is sort of its own party. It could open the door. Doubtful, but it's a possibility. No, wrong. MAGA is the current iteration of the Republican Party, the same Republican Party that of Abraham Lincoln. So what MAGA has done is updated the one of the two major parties. Starting a new party would be like the Green Party or the Libertarian Party, which are very, very well established and have absolutely no chance in an American general election. So MAGA is sort of like its own party, but it's also sort of the Republican Party. And so the idea that, oh, well, because there's so many people in this room, that's like, I don't know why this is the example that's coming to my head, but that's like if you're in a band and you're opening for Metallica. And people are like, oh yeah, your band is pretty good. And they're like, wow, 100,000 people just said my band is good. That's not the same thing as headlining a show and expecting all those people to show up. It's not the same thing. And we definitely need to understand that. There's no chance of a new party. There's too much infrastructure within the uniparty, really, but the two-party system that to overcome all that, when we can just take over the Republican Party, it doesn't make any sense. But we have to understand that that is what's happening. Because then there will be the desire to take that which has been built in the Republican Party that is now the MAGA America First Party and remove that from the context of Republican. Well, we should be our own party. Let the GOP and the rhinos do their own thing. Like, they can keep it. I don't even want it. Yes, the fuck we do. Yes, the fuck we do. We absolutely need to be one of the two parties. Hey, jackass of whiskey and pinto beans again. Said, I am a Christian. I believe in God and that Jesus is my savior. I pray to God each day. I don't push my Christianity on others except through debate. I do care because I have found forgiveness. Good for you, sir. I did, of course, we get Morty's treat here. I was, okay, I thought I was going to spell. I was born into the Catholic Church and then later confirmed in the Methodist Church. But then I found drugs, psychology, and philosophy, and I was like, oh, that's not real. And I'm constantly in the process of trying to prove myself wrong that God actually does exist. God is real. That there's something along those lines. But so far I have failed in doing so. So thank you, sir. I think I got to do some math. I think you might be the new sponsor, but I'm not sure yet. So let me do some math, and then we'll grab these. And said mine is also not just Republicans. It's literally everyone: independents, Dems, Republicans. I mean, the party. It's just the party of the people. Plus, so many Democrats converted. It's not going anywhere. Exactly. Why make a new party for exactly? Right click said, I agree with Quantek. MAGA is different from the GOP in that we are populists and working class. That is what binds us more than cultural or moral beliefs. Completely agreed. But what I am saying is that there's a reason that Donald Trump didn't run as the Donald Trump party. Donald Trump specifically ran as a Republican because he knew that infrastructure already existed. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying maybe I'm retarded, but I can totally see Republicans and Democrats running against a MAGA candidate in 2028. I mean, I certainly don't have a crystal ball. I could be completely wrong, but I don't think I am. In 4 years? Go for it. Give it a shot. I would love to see it. I would love to see it and take that power away from Democrats and Republicans. I would love that. I definitely not by 28. Zibi said MAGA is attached to the GOP more than any other. Yeah, I mean, like literally, they're the Republican Party. All right, I'm gonna piss again. Yeah, damn.
And by the way, if you play ball, you get to go on the cover
Weird.
of Vogue, and you get to go to the Met, and you get to be the belle of the ball, right? And so those things work in tandem. But if you don't play ball, look at what we did to Cenk, right? We could all these different smears and claimed he was anti-Semitic. We made it up. By the way, the New York Times had to issue a correction for how many lies that they told about me, etc. But we'll ruin you. You know, that is an implicit.
Well, you should trust them about other stuff. Just not me.
Thread that always hangs over their heads. So I get it. It's too much pressure. But sorry, guys, we've got to start that fight. If you don't start that fight, you're never going to win.
What are you talking about, dude?
You're not going to convince Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi to go, oh, donors? Oh, forget the billions we're getting from donor money. You convinced me in a debate. There's no convincing. There's no debates. It's pure corruption. So the day after the election, Bernie came out with a scathing letter saying this Democratic Party has lost its soul. We have to go back to representing the average man. And I said, oh, thank God, Bernie's back. So because for 4 years, they put him in a cave somewhere. And they had
Bernie's back. Come on, man. Again, to Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans said, keep reading philosophy. It's good for your mind. When I was young, I was reading a book a week. God damn. That is, I really want to be better with reading, but you know, everything's online and stuff. Here. That's from Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans. Well, I believe, let's do the count. Hold on, let's do the count. So we got 10, 15, 20, 25, 35, 40, 45, 55, 62. We had 62, and we had 5, 10, 20, 40. We got a new sponsor of the stream. Thank you to Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans. Thank you, sir. Very much appreciated. Let's keep this party raging.
Oh, thank God, Bernie's back. So because for 4 years, they put him in a cave somewhere, and they had, and the progressives, literally, the head of the Progressive Caucus, Pramila Jayapal, who I have huge issues with, and her strategy through the 4 years was trust Biden. That was literally what it was called, trust Biden. Like, that is the worst political strategy in human history.
Yep.
Because you're giving away all of your leverage, you know, besides which, you're trusting your enemy. Corporate Democrats are not your
Thank you so very, very much for sponsoring the stream, Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans. Very, very much appreciated. Is that a channel? Do you have a channel? Let's drop a link here. Oh, look at that. Look at that. We got a couple of videos. Guys, definitely please go check out Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my goodness, we got more. We got more. We got Box with the $2. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very much. So there's no spiritual successor to Bernie right now. I mean, I personally feel like it's Trump, but I won't push that. I won't push that. Mountain Goat, thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. No question, no comment, just pure love of the game. And of course, a treat for Morty. Thank you, thank you, thank you, guys. Oh, the blessings do not stop. The blessings do not stop. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mountain Goat, yeah, Mountain Goat coming in hot. Coming in hot with the $20. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Guys, I really, really do appreciate that. Thank you so very much.
You know, besides which, you're trusting your enemy. Corporate Democrats are not your allies. They are your opponents. Corporate Democrats and corporate Republicans are on the same team. They're just doing good cop, bad cop. Fox News and MSNBC are on the same team. They're just doing good cop, bad cop. Okay? The whole idea is the establishment drives status quo.
So does he. Thank you so much, Mountain Goat. Very much appreciated.
Corporate donations, etc. So we have to fight. So for Democrats who have been trained by NPR, you whisper, you don't fight, you're civil.
I wish StreamYard would show the actual sticker, but well, they're working on it. Well, hopefully we'll get it there.
They're training you into obedience. Don't do it. Get up and fight. Joe Biden, Hakeem Jeffries, etc.
I thought that was violence. We're not allowed to use that word.
Into obedience. Don't do it. Get up and fight. Joe Biden, Hakeem Jeffries, etc. are not your friends. They're not your allies or colleagues. They are your political opponents. You must defeat them in a primary in order to get to the right place.
Okay, so here's a pushback. Bernie Sanders, we all know, was the
Bernie Sanders. Wait, even the even the captions, Sanders
primary in order to get to the right place.
Okay, so here's a pushback. Bernie Sanders, we all know, was the rightful presidential candidate in 2016. That's indisputable. He did everything right. He had the popular vote within the Democratic Party. I personally think nobody will never know, sadly, that he stood a much better chance of defeating Trump than Hillary.
Yup.
He did everything right, Cenk, and they didn't let him win.
Oh, I know. So look, I went through it this time around. So how do the Democrats rig primaries? So it's a little bit different than Trump.
Well, there's many different ways. Oh my goodness! Look at that head pop up. He knows what's good. He knows what's good. Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans said the existentialists are great. I.e. Nietzsche, Kierkegaard, Kafka, Dostoevsky. Struggle with your faith and doubt your faith, as it will make your faith stronger. Love it. Love it. Look at him. He's shaking. He's ready for it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so very much. I cannot keep up. I don't have the words. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you so very, very much. Let's dive right back in. Shout out to Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Bean for out sponsoring his goddamn self.
Time around. So how do the Democrats rig primaries? So it's a little bit different than Trump, but actually it's in one part in the last primary a little bit similar. So they don't do it through the votes. Nobody's playing with the Dominions. There's no evidence to that effect at all. There's no evidence for Trump. There's no evidence for Bernie. Okay. But they rig it in 2016, they did only 6 debates where the Republicans did over 20. They buried the debates on nights where there was football, so they get less viewership. So these are like little subtle things that they do. And then Donna Brazile fed Hillary Clinton the questions in a debate. By the way, who broke that story? Young Turks broke that story. Okay. And so when we did, the establishment called us radicals, lunatics, conspiracy theory. There's no way Donna Brazile gave a question to Hillary Clinton, but we were right. She did. Okay. By the way, CNN, did you ever come back and apologize to us?
Of course not.
Right about that story? No. So that's another way that they rigged it. The third way they rigged it is they put money from the state parties and funneled to Hillary Clinton, which they should have never done. That's money laundering for one of the candidaets against another while they're pretending to be neutral.
You mean like they did with all the Biden donations and then gave them to Kamala?
In the 2020 primary that barely existed, we had people in the race. We had me, we had Marianne Williamson, we had Dean Phillips. You could have had a real primary. In the beginning, we had RFK Jr. and he was actually polling really well. So you should have kept all those people in the primary, and you should have had debates. Of course, they were never going to have debates. You can't challenge the powerful in the Democratic primary. And then they started canceling elections. The party that was in favor of democracy canceled the Florida election in the primary. Like, that's not a thing. You can't cancel an election in a primary. What are you
It is now.
guys doing? So I know all of this, brother. I know it. Okay, I've lived it, and it's happened to me, right? But we don't have a choice. So what we have to do is and there's a new dynamic that's going to help us, and I think is critical. So when that happens again in 2028 in the primaries, and will the mainstream media smear the populist candidates, smear them 8 ways to Sunday? When Bernie nearly won in 2020, he won the first 3 states. Chris Matthews came on air and said, "Oh, he's going to do executions in Central Park." He's like, if people like Bernie Sanders wins, people like me will be executed in Central Park. Chuck Todd said that his supporters were brown shirts. Bernie Sanders is Jewish. They started calling his supporters Nazis. Where have I heard that before? So I get
I don't understand how he's doing this. Like, they're so bad doing the same thing that I'm doing right now. What? What?
Character assassination. And what I tell progressives and populists is, brothers, expect it. Don't be surprised. Like, oh my God, mainstream media is not on our side. Let's go fight the sons of bitches. And when they do, all those tricks, the Democrats and the mainstream media.
It's like you're going to fight Joe Rogan, right?
Media. The good news is now there's online media. Our show is larger than their show.
Yeah.
Rogan exists, et cetera, et cetera. Now, maybe a lot of those guys are right wing.
Could have mentioned trigonometry.
Come on, guys. Here we are. No, but that's exactly right, though.
Yeah.
And Lex Friedman exists, and so many others exist, right? And maybe some of them are not on our side, and maybe they'll say, "Oh, I don't like those socialists. I don't like those guys. I'm not going to help them." But maybe they'll go, "Wait a minute, they're right. Mainstream media is lying about them. Wait a minute, why is the Democratic Party money laundering for one of the candidates but not the other, right?" And so I think mainstream media loses power every single day. Online media gains power every day. Mainstream media is by definition corporatist, run by multi-billion-dollar corporations. Advertisers are all multi-billion-dollar corporations. Online media by definition is populist. The way they got popular is by appealing to the people. They didn't have a choice. You have to earn those viewers online. They don't get handed to you, okay? So that online media can help a populist win in the Democratic or Republican Party, and in the Republican Party, it already happened. I just happen to think it's a fake populist. But I like that they went in a populist direction because Mitch McConnell isn't ever going to help anyone.
Yeah.
And just, if you are not a donor of Mitch McConnell or a recipient of political favors for Mitch McConnell, does anybody disagree with that? Does anybody disagree with that? Then you didn't do a thing. The sky is blue. Yeah, correct.
And I guess the question that I'm going to ask is, can the Democrat Party be saved? Because what you have said to me is that it's structural. And is it too rotten now for it to ever be fit for purpose?
Ooh, let's make that a poll. Is it too late to fix? Well, let's put it for them. It's too late for them. It's not our fight, but is it too late for them to fix the Democrat Party? Come on. Democrat. I can type. Is it too late? Is it too late? Let me know what you think. Replay gang, if you are still here, let me know in the comments below. I don't think anybody really does watch the replays, but either way, we are here. Hey, look what we got. Our boy who just got gifted another membership. Dylan Soup, welcome to the party. Any film said I voted against Mitch more than once. Well, thank you for your service, sir. Thank you. Balka said it has to be, or it has to be replaced. I don't know. I mean, what would do you do? I think that MAGA is so just normal and centralized, not centralized, but I mean center on the left-right continuum. I don't think there's room I feel like it's unless MAGA fucks up, unless like as a coalition, MAGA fucks up, then maybe. MLXC9 says not too late, but they have to get it together in the next election cycle. Yeah, it does seem like it. Buck said it breaks. The apple cart has been overturned. It has to be rebuilt. You make it better. Yeah. But again, I'm questioning how. Not that needs to be answered in order for it to be possible, but I don't know. Let's see what Cenk has to say. Let's see.
And is it too rotten now for it to ever be fit for purpose? Is it always going to be corporatist? Is it always going to be funded by the elites?
So there's a great model for us. It's called Trump. Now,
that's the title of the episode, everybody.
Okay. And so,
no, it's not.
I don't mean to do all the negative things he does. We don't have to threaten to not listen when we lose. We don't have to threaten to turn.
I said, how indeed? Oh, fuck, man, that list is long. Hey, shout out to Jackass Whiskey and Hintogines again with the $10. Said, my YouTube videos are hard to watch because Jack and Bert have long passed. I can't watch them as I would break down. I still have Gracie. She is very special to me. So I very much apologize. I'm not sure who Jack and Bert are, but clearly they are very important. So let's give Morty his treat and then give a big dilly to Jack and Bert. For Jack and Bert, and shout out to Gracie. I can imagine how, whether they're friends or family or people close to you, I can definitely imagine how if you're making videos with them, might not be too easy to revisit. So thank you for sharing that with Cenk. Thank you for sharing that with us. Yeah, that's tough, man. That's tough. Dilly for sure. Shout out to Renee. Welcome to the party. Said President Trump is bringing America back. You know it. Let's fucking go. I am with it. Puppy. Look how fucking cute he is, right? Look how fucking cute he is. All right, diving back in here, guys.
Things he does. We don't have to threaten to not listen when we lose. We don't have to threaten to terminate the Constitution and other ethnicities, etc. But he took on the powerful. I called Trump winning the Republican primary in 2016 in October, 4 months before they started voting. Why did I do that? When everybody thought I was crazy. Trump, that clown showman, you think he's going to win? Every friend of mine thought I was the craziest person they ever met. For two reasons. Number one, the polling showed it. And they're like, oh, we don't believe the people. No, mainstream media will change their minds and have them support. They implicitly think that, right? But the second reason was more important. When he got up on that debate stage and said, all these guys are corrupt, I gave them money and they did whatever I wanted. I was like, oh, that's it. He's going to win. Okay. Because that's true.
Yeah.
And so why didn't Bernie ultimately, why wasn't he able to overcome and win in the primaries in 2016, 2020?
I mean, it's funny to use the button, but like he don't have the fucking balls. He don't fucking have the backbone. That's simple.
Number one, all the factors we talked about, mainstream media smeared him to no end. They supported Biden. My book, Justice is Coming, I explain all of it and how they cheated, rigged, etc. in their framing, in their conversations there. So yeah, he had that, but he still could have overcome it. At the end of the day, Bernie's number one problem and why I wouldn't support him again, and I support him as a politician and in policies, etc. He's a wonderfully honest guy, but he's not. He's too civil. He doesn't have it in his DNA to fight the sons of bitches. Okay, he should have said. They asked him.
Well, and again, imagine if he had been he may have ran. I wouldn't even be able to tell you. But imagine if he ran in 2012 and he was a strong candidate for the actual landscape, taking the specific personality aside, just policy wise, the landscape would have been ready for a Bernie Sanders. I think he could have done a lot better. It's just Trump is just such a force that I think you'll have a hard time in the rest of the world finding somebody who could have beat him, not because he's so amazing, but because he was great, he was different, and he was well known. It's not that nobody could be better than him. I'm talking about specifically in the popularity contest of an election. I just don't know if there was any other way that in this this period of American history that anybody could have beat Donald Trump. Like, who? Harris spent $1 billion in 3 months. Imagine what you would have spent over an entire year. Yikes. And that's with all of the money that was in the Biden-Harris campaign account or whatever the fuck it is. Yep.
He doesn't have it in his DNA to fight the sons of bitches. Okay. He should have said, they asked him if Hillary Clinton changed any of her votes in the 2016 debate in Brooklyn. That was the pivotal moment. He should have said, of course she did. She got money from the bankers, record amount of money, both in campaign contributions and direct payments through speeches. And then she changed her position on the bankruptcy bill.
So let's go. We have our running poll. Is it too late for the Dems to fix the party? 50, squeaking out. Yeses win it by 53%. So let's take what Funkmaster is saying. If these were the options, who would have won? We have Mr. Donald J. Trump and Mr. Millionaires and billionaires until a millionaire, and then just the billionaires are the problem. Let's see. And said Trump was the unicorn. Realize absolutely. Renee said President Trump is the people's president and the peacekeeper. Hell yeah. Mountain Goat said, I think Bernie had a small chance in 16, but they wanted deep state Clinton. Yep. And how did I not put that? Yeah. Okay. No. I gotta redo that. My bad. Run it back. If these were the options in 2016, who would have won? Okay, take two. Trump or Bernie? Okay, take two. My bad. My B. And said, I think Bernie actually reserved the vote. I would have given IRL. I gave today's vote. Okay, fair.
Amount of money, both in campaign
I'm pretty sure I know where that's going.
And direct payments through speeches.
Apparently not.
And then she changed her position on the bankruptcy bill. Period. Is she corrupt? You're goddamn right she's corrupt. And when a politician, when a populist in a Democratic primary debate, which they must have next time, if they get up and say these guys are all corrupt, and here's how I can prove it to you. Here's the money they took. Here's the bills that they voted on. That guy wins in a landslide. Wins easy. Wins running away. But
I agree. Yeah, and Am said DI wasn't in full force, and people were still ignorant to the ultimate goals. Yeah. Oh, okay. I see what I gotcha. But yeah, I think you're right. Am. Zibby said Trump was just another Democrat at the time. Bernie was alternative Democrat who was different enough to have the Dems infight. Right, but by the time he was running, he was not presenting himself as a liberal. Like he was a lifelong Democrat, sure, but he wasn't presenting himself as one of the liberals. So I don't know. Like I said, Trump had something I hadn't seen in any other president. He actually felt real, not perfect, just real. Agreed. Guanteg's heading out. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out. You have a good one, brother. Excuse me. All right. Cenk was a Republican? When was that? Trump is definitely still a liberal. It's hard to say. Bernie voters shifted to Trump. That's me. So let's see.
That they voted on. That guy wins in a landslide, wins easy, wins running away, but they have to have the courage to say it.
Cenk, there's one other
we got
thing
11
I really want to
votes.
explore with you in terms of this result that we've seen in the last few weeks. This will go out after a couple of weeks from when we're recording it. which is what people call wokeness, let's say, which is the cultural dimension of these conversations. And you alluded to the transgender ad the Republicans ran that was highly effective. I think you're totally right about that.
So Renee asks, does anyone think we might be in a spiritual battle between good versus evil? I will give a very, very, very tentative yes, because I'm an atheist. I do not believe in a particular religion. That does not, but I was brought up in the church, and I do believe that there is something. I just don't think that we have the evidence to say what it is. That being said, there is a lot of that type of thing. I don't know. There's a lot of that type of thing going on, and I think that's kind of I think that's always how it is. I think sometimes it just gets a little bit more or less pronounced. Zibby said Trump proved he was not a politician, which is why he is better. Yep. Unfortunately, we need him to be a little bit more of a politician because he was better conceptually, but when it came to the actual processes, he needed to listen to people who were not him. So now we need him to be a little bit better of a politician. A little bit.
You alluded to the transgender ad the Republicans ran that was highly effective. I think you're totally right about that. This broader sense that, transgender education in schools, gender-affirming care, where people who are minors are allowed and sometimes even encouraged to chop healthy parts off their bodies because it aligns more with their self-perception in this moment. The future is female, extra money for this racial group or that racial group as a promise in the election. These things, while they're considered kind of trivial by some people, I think they've become very unpopular with a lot of people, calling, Latinos Latinx and all of this other stuff.
Latinx, he said Latinx. That is the only way I will pronounce it. Latinx.
How much do you think that contributed to this outcome? And how much does that need to change over the next 4 years if the Democrats are to have any success?
So it's much smaller than the corporate issues, right? But Bernie 2016 was better than Bernie 2020 because Bernie 2020 adopted some of those policy planks. He kind of got bullied into it. And I thought it was a bad idea, and it did prove to be a bad idea. But woke is another one of those words like fascism and socialism, where people put meaning into it.
That's why I explained what I meant, right?
Yeah.
Like obsession with trans, obsession with dividing men and women, obsession with identity, all of that.
So half of what people refer to as woke is perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with it. In fact, I think it's positive. Half of what they refer to as woke is disastrous. Okay. So the half that's like Trump says total complete shutdown of Muslims, and people go, well, we shouldn't do that. They go, oh, you're woke.
No, but that's okay. That's why I explained what I meant. That's why I explained what I meant, right?
Right.
I did explain what I meant.
Yeah.
So let's just deal
but
with
even
that.
in that, I can give you plenty of examples where we disagree. Okay. But on the ones that we do agree on. So we're in such a weird spot at TYT and at Young Turks because we're against the corporate wing, which is the majority wing of the Democratic Party. So we're already in the minority. But we're also against the extreme left wing. So that gets us into a situation where we're squeezed in here, and it seems like it should be a smaller audience, right? But no, 2/3 of the country agrees with us. That's why we're the largest show on the left by far, right? And so
I forget who it was, but somebody before was asking, why is this guy relevant? That's why. Because people listen to him. Whether you like him, whether you don't like him, whatever you think about him, other people like him.
That's why I say focus on our super popular economic proposals. What is unpopular on the extreme left? And they get so mad when I say the extreme left or left. But you give me a word and I'll use it. I don't mind, right? I don't like the word woke. I think it's too loaded, right?
Okay.
So, but these guys, they say,
I don't like the word fascist. I think it's too loaded. Somebody, please get that mirror in front of him. He called Trump fascist like 20 times, then keeps on saying fascism doesn't mean anything. Libby, have a good one.
Let's fight for trans rights. I say I totally agree. They should have 100% the same rights as any other American citizen.
They do.
Do not discriminate at work, in employment, housing, etc. And the great majority of American people agree. And in fact, Republicans tried that. It didn't work. Then they said, okay, let's ban. Trump tried to ban them from the military. People are like, they're risking their lives for this country. We love that. We don't dislike that. That didn't work. They tried to ban them from bathrooms. And we're like, guys, really? I mean, sexual assault in the bathrooms, then we're going to have to go after straight males. They do it the most. It just didn't work. None of these worked, and they're all wrong. Okay. But when they got
that's what you think? Cenk thinks the reason. So, okay, wait, we got to back up. So first, Cenk thinks that Republicans, conservatives, whatever you want to use, that people have backed off and now no longer care about the bathrooms. That's number one. And then number two is he thinks that the reason we backed off is because it didn't work. Number one, we didn't back off. And number two, it seems to be working. As most people are not for that. And Donald Trump won in a landslide. Just saying. Yeah. And he was like, yes, we don't allow straight males into the female bathrooms. Bingo. That is exactly the point. But in your fucking weird identity politics brain, well, they're straight white males and we're straight white males. So if they're raping, then we should just let them because they're our color. No. No. The entire reason that we have an issue with this in the first place is for straight males not to go into female bathrooms and assault females, or vice versa. That is the point. That is the point. So, what is it that we've backed off?
That didn't work. They tried to ban them from bathrooms. And we're like, guys, really? I mean, sexual assault in the bathrooms, then we're going to have to go after straight males. They do it the most. It just didn't work. None of these.
So like, oh, yeah, we didn't think of that. Oh, yeah, no. Straight males, we want straight males raping for sure. No. It's almost like you have no fucking clue what your political opposition thinks. And somehow, this is the best voice, in my opinion, on the left. And people want to wonder why I voted for Trump.
I mean, sexual assault in the bathrooms, then we're going to have to go after straight males. They do it the most. It just didn't work. None of these worked, and they're all wrong, okay? But when they dug and finally got to an unpopular position, which is trans women in women's sports, right? The great majority of Americans don't think it should happen. So at that point, I turned to the left, and I
just like the bathrooms. It's the same thing. Same. Even not really that different, but very same.
Go, guys, we're at the water's edge here, okay? This is an unpopular position. And by the way, at the professional level, I think on the high school level, leave the kids alone. If your daughter came in second instead of first, you'll live. Don't take it.
Hold on a second. Sorry to interrupt. And I hope you feel that we're having this respectful disagreement, right?
Yeah, you've been fucking rambling.
That, especially in this country where your outcomes in college, whether you get a scholarship, whether you get to have a career in that sport, depends on your ability. There are young women who've been locked out of the opportunity to compete fairly and to succeed because somebody has come in and said, I identify as a woman.
Oh, okay. Well, if that's what they want, well, I guess that's totally okay then. They literally think that, like, we haven't thought of this. They're like, wait, but what if? Just hear me out. I know that you're a person and people use the bathroom. And so you very much are familiar with using the bathroom. But hear me out. Check this out. What if we put dangerous people in a vulnerable situation, but they don't do the dangerous thing?
What? Oh, hell.
Still got a penis, by the way, right? Still got testicles, still got testosterone, still got male bone structure, still got male everything. You're saying that doesn't matter?
So what I'm saying is, so let's distinguish a couple of things.
Yeah.
So at the professional level and the Olympic level, first I say to my leftist friends,
Agreed.
guys,
This is crazy.
leagues get to decide. You don't have a right to be in the WNBA. I don't have a right to be in the NBA.
Yep.
They get to decide. And if you say they don't have an advantage, not only does the great majority of Americans not agree with you, I don't agree with you.
It's factually incorrect.
Right. A trans woman entered a weightlifting contest in her 40s and instantly lifted 200 pounds more than the biological women.
Yeah.
Although there's a meta study that studied 7 people and it was inconclusive. I read the studies. Nonsense.
But the science. It's the science. Cenk, no, you. I like you. You can't tell me you don't trust the science.
Now, why do I have a different position at the high school level? Because it's a balancing act.
Whoa. And so my company pays for trans care and lodging? Like, you mean like at the hospital, they'll pay the bills? Or like they pay for you to live because you're trans? Buck said, let the kids play up to high school. Don't trans the kids. After that, it won't matter. But yeah, exactly. After that, yeah, do whatever you want. But you'll definitely see way lower numbers. And we're starting to see, just as I suspected 2 years ago when we watched What Is a Woman, and that Scott person near the very end who had the thing on his arm. It said 7 to 10 years. 7 to 10 years. I'm like, well, hey guys, looking up a watch here. We're about 7 to 10 years away from when this shit blew up. So expect to see an explosion of detransitioners. It's going to it's going to happen more and 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 more. And the only reason I think that we haven't seen it already is because of the fear of the backlash from the specific detransitioners from their trans community. I think there's a lot of people who quietly don't want to be trans anymore, and they're just waiting for someone else to make it okay to be an apostate. Yeah, it's still fucked, but yeah, fuck that. Almost 9 said the gender-affirming doctors convinced medical insurance companies to cover these treatments. They did it under the cover of preventing self-deletion, but what they really wanted was more business. Bingo. It's always about the money. It's always about the money. Hey, jackass and a whiskey, jackass, a whiskey and pinto beans with another $5. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And of course, another treat for Morty. Said the trans issue is extremely important to high school because of full ride scholarships. Bingo. Absolutely, absolutely. And I mean, yes, there is that aspect, and so there is a practical. There's a practical reason outside of, just the concepts of we have men and women. But even if there was no such thing as professional sports or scholarships or anything like that, it still would not be okay with me for biological men to compete in any sports with biological women. The fact that we have these scholarships, thankfully, helps the argument. But even if they weren't there, you cannot give me an argument as to why it makes sense for a man to compete with females. It doesn't make sense. Thank you, jackass. Anyway, said having coached a number of kids at all different ages. I'd say boys and girls can play on the same team. Until about 10 years old, and then things start to change. Agreed. I've been thinking about young kids like that, but agreed. The voice is going, guys. And said some, but is that me? Okay, I don't know what that is. All right. All right. I'm back in here, guys.
Studies. Nonsense. Now, why do I have a different position at the high school level? Because it's a balancing act. So you're balancing, hey, by the way, this is the tiniest issue in America. It's called a wedge issue for a reason, because they don't want you to notice the great American robbery, which is the corporate robbery that's going on. So they try to drive a wedge between us. Okay.
We talked about that for 40 minutes, to be fair.
Okay.
Yeah. So we haven't ignored that, right? So let's just deal with this.
So here they've got.
Let's just deal with this. Finally, just say the thing.
It's tiny. What is it? 13 kids, 130 kids out of a country of 330 million people. So when I look at the balancing interest there, I go, I understand what you're saying. I understand that it might be unfair, right?
Okay.
On the other hand, now we're going to have to check the genitalia of kids. I don't want to do that. That's too.
They already do that, Cenk. It's called a physical. You go to a doctor, and they check to make sure you're all good, and then they sign off a piece of paper. Do you have a problem with kids getting physicals? What do you think they do? Renee said, I don't care what people want to identify themselves as. Just keep men out of women's spaces. Yep. Yeah, I mean, we're there. We're there.
Unfair, right?
Okay.
On the other hand, now we're going to have to check the genitalia.
People said, if only there was some sort of piece of paper that was an official document that when somebody was born gives you that kind of information. Maybe one day. But I don't know. Let's look at our poll with 15 votes. If these were the options in 2016, who would have won? And Trump takes it by 2-1. Trump takes it 2-1, 66-33. I didn't vote, and I heard Bernie, but let's see. I don't get to vote in these.
I understand what you're saying. I understand that it might be unfair, right?
Okay.
On the other hand, now we're going to have to check the genitalia of kids. I don't want to do that. That's
Then don't be a pediatrician.
too much. And you're going to tell a young trans kid, we're going to otherize you. We're going to ostracize you.
No. They're otherizing themselves. That's why it's called a transition, because you're the one doing it. Otherwise, it would be called insert joke with better word there. MAGA 2016. Oh my God. I was like, oh, fuck you. I can't talk to you. We're not friends. You're a bad person. You're a racist. How dare you?
How dare you?
You're not really a woman. You're not really a girl.
But they're not a woman.
Okay. All right.
But they're not. but they're not. If you've got a penis.
Wait. We got to hit that one more time in all of its glory.
And you're going to, on the other hand, now we're going to have to check the genitalia of kids. I don't want to do that. That's too much. And you're going to tell a young trans kid, we're going to otherize you. We're going to ostracize you. You're not really a woman. You're not really a girl.
But they're not a woman.
Okay. All right.
But they're not.
But brother.
But they're not. If you've got a penis and you've got male testosterone and male bone structure, you're not a woman.
So when you become an adult, we can have that debate. But when you're a kid, I'm going to protect you. And I'm going to say, go ahead.
Lying to children is not protecting them.
Right in the race. And if you beat my daughter and it costs her this much out of the 13 cases in the country, and it costs her a little bit because she wanted to get into Yale, but she got into...
Why is it always with the people who are breaking the rules? You're always going with the people who are breaking the rules. It doesn't matter how much it affects. We have a system, we have rules, we have a procedure. Why? Why is the left always looking to help the people that are breaking the rules to the detriment of the people who are following the rules? I don't get it. I don't get it. Yeah, exactly. They're otherizing themselves at the behest of people like, maybe not Cenk specifically, but I certainly am not. He's certainly not innocent here. And what is Ann saying? 5,700 surgeries on minors between 2019 and 2023, and just over 9,000 hormone therapies for the same time frame.
Haram!
No, it's not, Box. Sadly, unlike you, too many, and certainly, the Young Turks is going to be less guilty of this than a Destiny or a Vosh, but too much of that audience will follow them off the edge of a cliff. The fact that you are here says so much more about you than the entire rest of the Young Turks audience. And not because it's me. I'm just saying any Young Turks fan who goes to more conservative-leaning shows. Most people don't do that. So no matter what they say, number one, they probably won't see this. They probably won't even see this. And then two, they will just eat up whatever he says and swallow it whole. Too many people. And that's how we got here on both sides. People are just willing to suck down whatever. Oh, I like him. I like her. So Nick said, just saying that I want to hear women say that I don't deserve to be embarrassed by having a woman in the men's locker room. I support women. Is it too much to ask for them to support us men? Apparently. And said, I often ponder if the science has caused the epidemic. RK talks about the endocrine disruptors that impact young boys more than girls. I also wonder if the baby customization edits to DNA impacted. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. Buckmaster said, seems like some of you have forgotten how stupid the 2016 cycle was. MAGA wasn't nearly what it is today. You couldn't admit it in public unless you were brave or crazy. I would have, if I could vote in that, I would have hit Bernie every day. All right. diving back in here. We're definitely not gonna finish it, but let's see how far we can get.
And it cost her this much out of the 13 cases in the country, and it cost her a little bit because she wanted to get into Yale, but she got into Dartmouth.
But like, take that. Why is it more important for your daughter to win a race? Why is it more important for your daughter to win a race than for somebody else's daughter to go to Yale? Give me one reason why we should bend the rules for that. You can't. It doesn't make sense.
This much out of the 13 cases in the country, and it cost her a little bit because she wanted to get into Yale, but she got into Dartmouth. I'll live with it because I'm not checking your genitalia and I'm not traumatizing you when you're a kid. Okay, I would rather have my daughter come in second, third, or eighth, okay, than traumatize those kids.
That's fucked. That's fucked. I would rather destroy my child's ability to succeed for other children to feel nice.
So we can agree to disagree on that, but that's my position on it. So it's a balancing act, and that's where I come out on the balance. Okay. But it is a damaging issue, especially at the professional level. So how did the extreme left react to me? Nazi. Okay. So, well, when you do that, guys, that's why they call you woke. That's why they say you're radical. That's why they say you're extreme. Sure. I mean, look at the microscopic difference I have with them. I mean, what is that? 2% disagreement on trans rights, right? And it's not a right to play in a professional league. It's not even, we 100% agree on rights. Now you're having and then Latinx. So I have 1,000 examples. When Latinx came out, we're the home of progressives. Everybody's like, okay, so you're going to switch to Latinx. I'm like, no, I'm not. That's not a word I've ever seen a Latino or Latino use in my entire life. You guys made that up at Oberlin, and it's a bunch of white people that made it up and is trying to put it onto Latinos who never asked for it in the first place. They're like, how dare you? We're going to cancel you. You're against Latinos. They did a poll. 96% of Latinos don't want it.
Right.
Right. So facts matter. Yeah. So they're going to extremes. The Republicans are taking advantage of it to try to paint all of the Democrats as woke when they're not at all.
Well, this is.
But it's not about every single one is woke. It's about there is a woke culture, and you're not willing to speak out against it. And you've created this zero-sum game where you can't be non-political. You're either with us or you're against us. And so, like, okay, well, then I guess I'm against you. Fuck you.
The Republicans are taking advantage of it to try to paint all of the Democrats as woke when they're not at all.
Well, this is
I can give you one more example.
Well, if we just pause there, I think this is kind of why I asked you the original question, because it seems like, you know, the trans issue, we have very strong differences in how we view that, but it doesn't matter. My broader question to you is, as long as these people exist, as long as they're going after people like you and people like us who are just in the center and going like, guys, this is crazy. Like, you can't say this. This is insane, right? I don't see how the Democrats come back. I understand your issues about corporate power, but as long as these are the voice of the left, which I don't agree, I agree with you, they're not. But they have been allowed to be the mouthpiece of the left by the cowardice of the center left. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would, and that's why we don't do that cowardice on the Young Turks.
But this is
but like this is where your ego, just like Trump, lets his ego get in the way of things. Yeah, but we on Young Turks, we don't do great. But if you're just one voice, and everybody else is you know, standing arms locked with this one message, and you're out here, like, then what are you doing? Like, granted, you, yeah, good job. But the conversation isn't about the Young Turks. The conversation is about the Democratic Party.
Cowardice of the center left. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would. And that's why we don't do that cowardice on the Young Turks.
But this is I'm not having a go at you. I'm saying for the Democrats to succeed, they have to ostracise that part of the left.
Right, but they have to do it in a way that isn't BS. So let me explain how you do it.
Sure,
okay.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah. So first of all,
welcome to the conversation.
Let's real quick establish what Democratic voters actually think. So the far left told us, no, crime is imaginary, and Democratic voters love the idea of crime rising. It's no big deal.
I mean, you vote that way. Shout out to the Jackass Whiskey and Pinto Beans again for another $5. Thank you. Said some families count on scholarships for their kid to go to college. Yeah, but you know, Cenk's privilege doesn't allow him to see that. This was like right after the election, when we saw a bunch of the liberals. Hold on, let me get that 77. Thank you very, very much, sir. Out sponsoring. Yo, god damn. So, but yeah, a lot of liberals were posting on TikTok and be like, you fuck your economy, you crying about eggs and people are dying. And it's like, whoa. Do you not realize that people need to feed themselves and their children? And that's more important than you being called the right pronoun? That's privilege. This is privilege.
Told us, no, crime is imaginary, and Democratic voters love the idea of crime rising. It's no big deal, right? Right? And plus, it doesn't even exist. So we're arguing over nothing because
there is no crime, but if there is, it's good.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And then we're trying to protect black and brown communities by protecting the criminals. I'm like, do you have any idea how racist you sound?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The real way that you protect black and brown communities and working class people is by putting criminals in jail. Okay. So they.
Yup. Trey, you here?
In California, they took felonies and moved them to misdemeanors and didn't even tell us. I'm like, I never voted on that. You never told me that's what we were voting on. I never signed up for pro-crime. And so who was right and who was wrong between the leftists and me, right? So they said, no.
Both.
No, we represent Democratic voters. Well, good news, we had a vote just now, Prop 36 in California, to increase penalties and bring those misdemeanors back to felonies.
Good job in representing Democratic voters. While over here, Donald Trump was busy, fuck, what was the word I used? Representing? Fuck. Wait.
What's wrong between the leftists and me, right? So they said, no, we represent Democratic voters.
Okay, so while you may represent the Democratic voters, Donald Trump was busy representing Americans. That's why y'all lost.
Well, good news, we had a vote just now, Prop 36 in California, to increase penalties and bring those misdemeanors back to felonies.
You made crime again.
You made crime again.
Hey,
and guess what?
Make crime again. I like that one, MCCA.
I was right and they were wrong. Even in California, it passed with 70% of the vote, right? So they do not represent Democratic voters. Every time they pretend to represent the left, they are actively lying.
Yeah, but you are both just wrong. They're just more wrong than you are. They're just more wrong than you are. That's it. You're not right. You don't get to pat yourself on the back for being wrong, but just less wrong than somebody who's completely retarded. I mean, I guess it could, but like, I wouldn't.
Okay. So that's now been firmly established. They could be delusional they want, but at the national level on that trans ad, it was the most successful out of the entire campaign. They were wrong. We were right. Okay. So how do you get past that?
Yeah.
Courage. That's it. Period. So when you're on that debate stage and they say, hey, shouldn't the left deserve all the blame, et cetera? You say, whoa. What do you mean left? Okay. The establishment Democrat, like that candidate over there, Gavin Newsom, he's the one that deserves blame for the donor class, et cetera. And if there's a person who's a woke, et cetera, or whatever you guys call woke and I call extreme left, that's on that electorate, and you go, no, you don't speak for the Democratic Party. We just had these votes. The voters agree with me and not you here, and I could prove it. Now, look, if you're clear like that, then like right now, would anybody say, oh yeah, Cenk's an extreme leftist, and I'm unclear as to what his position is? They might disagree with me on some issues and say, oh, in my view of the world, you're extreme left because of the high school issue, et cetera, right?
Yeah.
But they're not going to be unclear about my position.
No, they're not. And that full respect to you for that. What I would say is I think that the challenge to your position is the opposite, which is if you're on that debate stage and I am one of the other people, I'm going to go, well, Cenk's transphobic. He doesn't think trans women are real women because they're allowed. He doesn't want them to be in the Olympics, but they're real women. Don't you think the trans women are real women, Cenk?
Oh, they're going to have a point against me. Ooh.
See, again, over and over. These people show it's not about points. It's about what do you actually think? What do you believe? What do you want for this country? It's not a fucking game. Why does everyone on the left always treat this as a fucking game? It's not a game. Oh, you got a point against me.
The trans women are real women, Cenk?
Oh, they're going to have a point against me. Ooh.
Give me your answer.
That's
no, they're not.
Super easy. These answers I just gave.
Nope. Trans women are men. At any age, trans women are men.
I'm 100% in favor of trans rights. I think they should have the same exact rights, same constitutional rights. And if you come for trans women, you're going to have to come through me, okay? And I'm not going to...
Ooh, I'm so scared.
Let you ban them from the military. I'm not going to let you take a single right of theirs away. And I'm going to protect those young girls and boys in high school.
Vox out here baiting. She's like, I know I'm with these conservatives. Jackass Whiskey and Pizza Bean said, I will give you a $50 super chat if you react to Dr. Faustus. What is that? I don't know what that is. You're doing good, girl. You're doing good. You're doing good. Yeah, what does let's see what we're talking about. Dr. Faustus. Oh, it's a movie? Oh, I can't do that. It's not how it works. Copyright. But you can become a member, and maybe we could do it in Discord. That could possibly work.
From the military, I'm not going to let you take a single right of theirs away, and I'm going to protect those young girls and boys in high school. But if you say, "Oh, LeBron James being in the WNBA,"
yeah, we can't. I can't do movies just because they have the copyright.
Yeah, is necessary if he turns into a woman or whatever, and that makes you transphobic. Then that's your argument. Own it. Great, because that's going to make it easier for me to beat you because no one agrees with you. So everyone who thinks that LeBron James should, and then they'll get so mad at this analogy.
They will.
They'll be furious about this analogy. You could load up LeBron James with every hormone on the planet. He would score 200 points every night in WNBA. So if you want to say he won't, great, then let's have that debate. And then we'll vote in the primary and see what the Democratic voters actually think. I think that they'll agree with me and not you. That's why we do a primary, right? So if I have a candidate, whether it's Jon Stewart or Tim Walz or Sean O'Brien or whoever it is, or a guy we don't even know right now, give me, or Nina Turner, by the way, who's an awesome, strong, progressive populist. Give me that candidate, and we don't need anything else. We just need basically escape velocity. If we get to the same thing that Trump had, why did Trump have escape velocity? Because he was a celebrity. And so they said, oh, it's a celebrity, we have to cover it. That's why Jon Stewart's so appealing. Okay, very popular, very sensible, like, and guys, there's a left-right spectrum and a populist establishment spectrum. Yeah. Mm-hmm. John is in the same, is exact right place in the left-right spectrum, in my opinion, center-left, not extreme left, center-left. Mm-hmm. And on the populist establishment spectrum, perfect position, very populist, right? So whoever matches that description, okay, that goes this way on those spectrums, and is strong in a debate, they're going to win. They're going to win the election. Then no one can say they don't represent the Democratic voters.
But do you see that jettisoning of the far left, of which we're both, it seems to me, critical? Do you see that happening? Because
no, the politicians are so what's the word? Beholden. They're so beholden to the far left that it just no, I don't see it. I don't. Yeah, exactly. The swamp. There you go.
But do you see that jettisoning of the far left, of which we're both, it seems to me, critical? Do you see that happening? Because I don't see that happening at the moment as we're watching.
Well, if the candidate...
That's me. Sorry.
They doesn't have the courage to do it, then they're not the right candidate. Okay, you have to be able to draw a line. If they say, hey, go out there like a schmuck and call all Latinos Latinx. If the candidate goes, oh, okay, 96% of Latinos hate it. Hey, everybody, I am in favor of Latinx. Well, that's not the right guy. That brother that can't win. He doesn't have the courage to win. Okay, if they said defund the police, I said no. They called me a racist, right? And I'm so mad at the cops. And in fact, I wavered at one point. Because, God, stop shooting them. You're driving me crazy. Stop shooting them. Okay. And by the way, it's not just black people. We showed a video of a white guy crawling on a hotel hallway. That was actually the worst of the shootings.
I agree. That was I'm not going to play it just for, violence reasons. But when they were like, they had the guy crawling. I think it was backwards, right? He was like crawling backwards or something like that. But then they were like, pull up your pants. And he goes to pull up his pants. And then they fucking shoot him. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck?
Just black people. We showed a video of a white guy crawling on a hotel hallway. That was actually the worst of the shootings. And they shot that poor guy when he was surrendering. How much more can he surrender? So, but if you say defund the police, wait. We wanted to reform the police. We didn't want to take the police away. If your position is take the police away, you're nuts. And you'll get slaughtered in a Democratic primary, let alone a general election. And by the way, all those Justice Democrats, the core ones that are already famous, are kind of untouchable. Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush lost, but they weren't famous enough. That's a longer story, bigger conversation. But the AOCs, et cetera. But Ilhan Omar almost lost. And not because she was too far left, and not because she was anti-Israel, not because of any of that. Not this time around, last time around. She almost lost because she was in favor of a defund the police bill in Minnesota. And 78% of African Americans in her district were against that bill. And it almost cost her the election.
It's almost like black people aren't automatically criminals. So, guys, we've been going almost 4 hours, and we still got the after party. So we're gonna finish up this. How much? Never mind. We got time. I'll just finish it. Why not? Why not? Why not?
And if you notice, all of a sudden she's not defunding the police anymore. So that is an unpopular position in the Democratic Party with African Americans, with Latinos, etc. Have the courage to run a campaign that the American people love, and you will win.
Let's see if they listen. Cenk, we're going to head on over to Substack where people can ask you their questions. But before we do, the question we always wrap up with is, what's the one thing we're not talking about that we should be?
Before Cenk answers the final question, at the end of the interview, make sure to head over to our Substack. The link is in the description. You'll see this.
And the link to this is in my description.
Someone says, what should Israel have done on October 8th? How long can the old media last when they're getting found out?
Why is it that Hezbollah somehow doesn't get coded by progressives as right-wing?
So RFK Jr. has had a lot of different policy proposals.
Right.
And half of them I totally disagree with, the half that he'll wind up doing. But a couple of them were fantastic that nobody's talking about. One was on housing. He's the one who originally said ban private equity from buying residential homes. It's driving up the prices. And he's absolutely right. They'll buy up all the homes. It makes economic sense. That's how capitalism works. The government must stop them on behalf of the American people because they've made a logical decision. Hey, this is the greatest wealth creation for the middle class. Why don't we take it? So it's our wealth creation. Yeah. And then they become our renters and we own them. We turn the American people into indentured servants. So if RFK Jr. was put in charge of HUD instead of health, I would love it, right? So that's not being talked about enough. And my guess is,
shout out to Doge.
If I'm right, Trump is not a populist. He will do everything his donors want. They're not going to talk about that. The private equity guys are back. Goldman Sachs guys are back in Trump's circle, etc. That's a proposal that should definitely be done. By the way,
you forget, though, Cenk, that they were already in his corner before. He was already Trump. He was already Trump. And all he did was heed his general business mind to be a politician. I was one of the people who was saying, hey, look, great. You've done fantastic in business. You're rich. Great for you. But America is not a business. Okay?
Bingo.
Oops.
Stupid.
Yes, the fuck it is, apparently.
RFK's anti-corruption plan was also excellent. A convention where the states called a convention in the Constitution to propose an amendment to get big money out of politics.
And remember what RFK said, a vote for Trump is a vote for me.
Everybody talks about draining the swamp and anti-corruption, and no one ever does anything about it. You put together that convention supported by the right wing and the left wing, and you actually propose an amendment to get money out of politics. That is the one amendment that can pass. 3/4 of the states have to say yes, they can, and they will, especially if Trump bullies them. Trump is excellent at bullying, and it could be used for political advantage.
See, and he says bullying as if that's not what politics is. So all you're saying is that he's good at convincing people to do what he wants, which is, again, what politics is.
If Trump does that, he'll be a demigod. He will walk out of office as the most popular politician we have ever had. But everyone around him, in my opinion, is corrupt. And they'll tell him, no, don't do the money in politics. Don't do an amendment. Don't go have a convention. Don't go to the states. Don't.
Right, but he's already. Well, okay, I don't know for sure, but again, another great freeze frame from Cenk. But he's already been through the gauntlet and hasn't said it as much. But I imagine because of the fact that he still does have to work with those people, that he's figured out. Oh, I am just better at this than all of you. So I'm just going to do me. People seem to like it.
Don't do any of that because they're pigs of the trough. If Trump is smart enough to find one person, maybe it's RFK Jr., where he brings him in and goes, oh my God, imagine we got money out of politics and we drain the swamp.
Well, why not Tulsi? Why not between him and Tulsi? Why would you expect that wouldn't be the case? Like, that's exactly why they're there.
Hero of heroes. So
he already is, but I agree.
Somebody get him that message.
Cenk, it's been an absolute pleasure. Head on over to our Substack where you get to ask your questions.
We recently reached a huge YouTube milestone with 1 million subscribers.
Congratulations. All right, indeed, Box. Time will tell. Time will tell. I have not been this optimistic about the future of America. Ever. Now, hadn't really been paying too much attention before the last 8 years, but 8 years is not a short period of time. So I think Cenk is right. I think Cenk is right that Donald Trump has the opportunity here to solidify what is already a historic and amazing run as president. And now, like, that's already done. That's already done. So either he can mess up his legacy, don't think he's going to do that, or he can make it even greater. As long and remember, guys, that's just the start. That's just setting the table for what we have to deal with. There's no savior of the world. Nobody's going to be, get into office and then it's all, that's not going to happen. We're just talking about the starting point. Is the starting point, if we want to end up here, is the starting point going to be here, or is the starting point going to be here? Either way, it's up to us to pull it across the finish line. And I am willing to do it. I am willing to come here and bring you guys around. I'm here to be in Discord and to have the conversations that need to be had. I sure as shit don't have all the answers. I don't think you do either. But if you do, come and give them to us. But if you don't, let's try to figure them the fuck out. The only way that people know how to talk to each other and to figure shit out. Thank you guys so very, very much for hanging out. I mean, obviously, you guys are so generous. I cannot go through each and every one because there's been too many. But you guys are amazing. Thank you so very, very, very much. Oh, look at all of this. I really do appreciate it. I know that, we talk about, Swole Stream and getting Morty's treats and stuff, but we do really need to keep this community running, and you guys are doing it. You guys are doing it. We are doing it. So I'll be here every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and other times as well. All I need you to do is to show up, to be here, to care, to be in the Discord, to have the conversations that matter. And again, just to care. To just care. And I mean, where is it? Where is it? Oh, I'm at the bottom that way. Yep. And Jackass, I this is facts. So the fact that you've been so generous here. I've given you the permission to join us in the after party tonight. Even though you are not a member, you've been so generous that I would like to extend that to you. So you already have the permissions. You can see there's already myself, Right Click, and Biff in the Let Us Speak after party voice channel. Just click on the room and you will go in there. Your camera will not be on. If you want to turn your camera on, that's totally cool. I do think it's a better experience. But either way, we'll see you in Discord shortly. Once again, guys, that is Morty, and I have been your host, Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense, guys. Until next time, thank you so very, very much. We are out of here. Peace.